NOMADS 2, Dark Land. By Alan J. Stark. The home of the adventurer is the unknown. Words of Iron Usher, King and Philosopher. Chapter 1. The wail of the siren echoed through the rooms and corridors of the Zora. Dominic crawled across the floor. He felt as if all his bones had been broken. Pain pounded in his temples, and the piercing alarm sound nearly burst his skull. Acrid smoke entered Dominic's lungs and scratched his throat. Bleary-eyed, he pushed his way down the corridor. Away from the bridge. The red light of combat lighting filled the corridor and made it hard to see anything. Shadows and shadows, in purple mist. Dominic approached a body lying twisted and contorted on the floor. A warm, sticky pool of blood spread beneath it. Dominic dragged himself on as the blood seeped through the fabric of his uniform. He retched. Struggled against an urge to vomit. A man, a few meters ahead, straightened up and staggered against a wall, fell, remained lying. Someone groaned nearby. Dominic pushed on, thinking about where he was going. He had forgotten, but he remembered that it had been important before he lost his senses. The stabbing agony behind his forehead continued to spread. He ignored the pain and forced himself to keep crawling. Where the hell am I going? Where am I actually going? He thought desperately, until suddenly voices reached his ear. A woman was shouting an order. Dominic tried to answer, but he could neither find the words nor bring them to his lips. Thoughts swirled through his confused mind. He mustered all his strength to let out a scream, but something held him back. An instinct. And then he remembered where he was going. It was the supply shaft, whose airlock, to his left, was visible in the wall. At the moment of the explosion, whose deadly force struck the Zora, he had realized into whose trap they had fallen. The work of the Fleds, that much was certain. There was no other explanation. Who else could it be? Dominic had no doubt that the Fleds would come aboard at any moment to fill their canned goods with human bodies. He wanted to avoid this fate at all costs. The supply shaft was the most obvious idea to escape the grasp of these butchers. He just had to try to open the sliding doors, climb in and manage to close them again. It was unlikely that he could escape the Fleds, but at least it meant a chance. He put his fingertips into the gap between the door leaves and pried them apart. Then he slid into the shaft and tried to turn around. Somehow he had to manage to close the bulkhead again. The shaft was narrow and made his plan almost impossible. He heard the intruders approaching. Dominic squirmed and twisted in the narrow tunnel like a fish in a net. His eyes went black with pain and exertion. For a moment, he lost his senses. "There's still one alive," said one woman. "But he won't make it much longer." "We are to take aboard all who are still breathing," one man replied. "I wonder if we can do it." "The fleet will arrive soon with a rescue team." "Less chatting and more doing," the man ordered. "Let's check the bridge." Dominic's breathing was labored. He felt his circulation fail him. Sweat poured from his forehead and burned his eyes. Panic sprouted inside him, while his fingers found no way to close the door panels again. Only a few shallow indentations, between the strutting, offered his hands some grip. Again and again his moist hands slipped. It was exasperating, but the bulkhead was slow to close. Dominic could not remember ever having strained so hard. He almost gave up, but inch by inch the door panels moved closer together. A hand-width gap remained open at the end. He had no more strength to close the door completely. All hope was fading. His luck had run out, but he decided to sell himself as dearly as possible and pulled the pistol from his holster. After unlocking the gun, he slid the muzzle into the gap. Peering out over the barrel, not a second later the first Fleds appeared, stepping through a side passage into the main corridor. The armed men and women looked tense and frantic. Apparently the fleet was closer than they had feared. If Dominic was lucky, they would leave before they spotted him. "These are all dead," said the woman Dominic had heard earlier, holding an analyzer to the neck of one of his comrades. "So is this one," said another, also carrying a medical scanner. So are those two. More and more fleds emerged from the fog. Dominic could only make out outlines and silhouettes. The group was moving toward the bridge. He tried to stay sane, but more and more slipped from his consciousness. Then his vision blurred and he went black. "This here is the captain," said the man from earlier, who was leading the squad. "And the first officer." "They're still alive," the woman stated. "And the others here?" The leader wanted to know. Dominic noticed how his mind clouded over and he plunged into darkness. The pain faded, he felt light as a feather. In a moment, he would faint. The woman's voice was the last thing he could hear. "Dead. Dead. Dead, too. That one, too. The one with the brush cut. Still barely alive." Chapter 2. After a series of strange and terrible nightmares, Dominic finally woke up from his sleep. His gaze gradually steadied, roaming over bright walls and white apparatus crowded around his bed. Tubes and cables hung from them and disappeared under the covers. Soft beeps and buzzes filled the room, like sunlight streaming through the wide window. Outside, Dominic saw bare trees and snow on the black branches. "Slept in at last?" The voice belonged to a nurse wearing a light gray medical coat and holding a data pad in her hands. Her voice had something deep, almost masculine about it. The sound reminded Dominic of that of those female singers, from the jazz files his father listened to all the time. The woman was slender and had black hair. Her brown eyes possessed a kind and confident expression that suggested to any patient that they were fine and had nothing to worry about. Dominic couldn't tell if that look was part of her nature or part of her job. "You look like you could pull out trees," she continued, casting a casual glance at the monitors and displays on the many pieces of equipment. "I'm Veronica," she introduced herself, adjusting a knob on an IV machine. "You've been asleep for almost a month." Dominic was frightened. Had his condition been that critical? "What have they done to me?" "Closed up all the holes you leaked from," she explained. "Glued bone tears. New tissue established and quite a few nerve endings re-stimulated and then stabilized." She obviously enjoyed reciting medical prose. "You're in a better position now than you were before." "Where am I?" "San Francisco," she informed, "San Francisco Fleet Hospital." Dominic was more than speechless. How did he get this honor? Normally, all ranks, below that of an admiral, were distributed among the small land or orbital hospitals, which were constantly overcrowded and overworked. The FH was actually a ship that could take off at any time should it be necessary to get its important, prominent patients to safety. "Who made you do that?" inquired Dominic. Veronica put on an aggrieved expression and seemed to be searching for words. She waited a few seconds and then opened the door. Two uniformed men entered. "I'll inform your family," Veronica said quickly, "and let them know you're awake." With that, she left the room and closed the door. The two men were officers and wore freshly pressed and starched uniforms, as if they were going to an important reception or parade afterwards. Both were athletically built, as one might expect of active officers, and appeared trained. They were of roughly the same height, but that was about all they had in common. One had a narrow face, the other an angular, broad one. The former seemed intellectual and snooty, the latter a bit rough but likable. They took off their caps and tucked them under their arms. Then the broad-faced one introduced his companion. "Sergeant William Bush." Bush nodded curtly in response. "I'm Sergeant Steve Prescott. Congratulations on your recovery. We are fleet attorneys investigating the closer circumstances that led to the disaster around the Zora and destruction of various other objects. Are you prepared to answer our questions?" Dominic tried to sit up a little. But it did not succeed. "Don't bother. We won't stay long," Prescott placated. "I hear it was a mighty piece of work to fix me up," Dominic said with put-on humor. "I hope the fleet won't charge me for it." Neither Prescott nor Bush reacted to his words. Their faces were nothing more than emotionless masks. "What can you tell us about the Zora mission?" wanted Prescott to know. Dominic could have guessed it. It was clear that they would interrogate him. But in his opinion, they could have taken some more time with it. He was nowhere near ready to feel like a complete human being again. What do you want to know? I don't know, Prescott feigned perplexity. You've been out with Perk. Maybe tell me something about him? What kind of guy was he? Did he display any private ambitions using fleet property? He was a good captain, from what I overheard. Or still is, if he's still alive. This answer did not seem to please or irritate the officer. In any case, he frowned for a moment. Is he dead? Hasn't his behavior given rise to questions? Naturally, Dominic was hesitant to answer. Many in the crew had been skeptical and had increasingly disapproved of the captain's activities. Especially towards the end of the mission, there were more and more voices that had turned against Perk. If they had known what reasons the captain had had for his actions, they would have quickly fallen silent. Dominic was convinced of that. Prescott watched Dominic quite closely while still considering a response. I take it you've been thinking about why they flew to the Chester habitat, of all places. And what shady people you met there. I wonder if the two officers had any idea that the fleet was riddled with scum of the worst kind? There were things we discussed as a crew. That's nothing out of the ordinary, is it? What was your job aboard the ship? This surprised Dominic. Did they really not know that Perk had promoted him to officer, or was the whole thing a feint? Were you possibly in the know and wanted to find out if he was willing to lie to you? Dominic doubted it. It was similar to Perk not to send any information to the high command while the mission was going on. He had done everything he could to avoid disclosing the Zora's position. And he certainly did not forward any personnel decisions. Dominic decided to keep the two lawyers in the dark about his current rank. Given the situation, it might also be better if they didn't count him as part of the Zora's officer staff. I was head of the starboard firing line under Roslyn's command. Then you're familiar with Monica Simmons and Ellena Green. Of course. Are they alive? The two officers exchanged a glance with each other. Then Bush continued with the questioning. Are you close? He used the present tense, Dominic noted. So Monica and Ellena were still alive. How am I supposed to understand that? How do you understand it? Dominic had to accept it. The two uniformed men were asking the questions here. We have fought together. We've been comrades. Nothing more. Do you know about their mental disorders? They always seemed very normal to me, Dominic continued to lie. How were the women in combat situations? How did they react under stress? Reliable and routine. Monica Simmons had excellent training scores, and I owe her my life. Prescott took the floor again. How do you feel about this combat mission on Baxter? We got the order, as a result of which we boarded the station and we. You know who you fought? The officer interrupted. Dominic didn't know what to say for a moment. He decided to tell the truth. We've been fighting the Fleds. They do exist. Even though you might not believe that. By now it's official, Prescott informed. You must have talked about this with your comrades, haven't you? About the Fleds and the other riffraff that Perk contacted. Of course, Dominic confessed. It was our mission to excavate Fled bases. I don't know how to go about it and what contacts are needed. You are the officers and you have experience. I think you know that you have to proceed differently in this than when you encounter a regular combat unit. Bush grinned broadly. You never questioned Perk's motives? Whether he was acting altruistically or had personal reasons for his actions? Dominic knew by now about De Castro and his involvement in the Fled activities. Cyrus had found out when he had been with the pirates on Baxter. Perk has always seemed reliable and honest to me, he replied. He may have had a personal score to settle with them. I don't want to pass judgment on that. The Baxter incident was simply an internal settlement among the Fleds. We can tell you that much. Think about it for a minute. Then maybe one piece will fall into place. If this case comes to pass, let us know. We appreciate any detail that helps. You've already come up with a suitable picture, Dominic thought to himself. Bush took over again. Observers say there have been repeated contacts between Perk and high-ranking pirates. Is that correct? We know that. We just need confirmation from a crew member, for the record. A simple yes or no. Yes, Dominic couldn't help sweat from beading on his forehead. That was disturbing, he added. You hear about pirates, but you don't talk to them. What did your comrade say about that? It caused disgruntlement. But we assumed it would be part of the mission. So we took it. Can you tell us how often these contacts took place? Who did Perk meet? What ships were involved? Blake? The Athena? Dominic shook his head. My job was to keep the firing line on standby. Prescott put his cap back on. Bush followed his lead. Let us know if you think of anything else. When the two officers left, without saying goodbye, of course, many questions remained for Dominic to deal with. Did the two officers know that De Castro was one of the Fleds? Did they believe Blake and the other pirates were making common cause with the traffickers? They had not inquired about Rosefield, who was behind the whole mission. But that had given Dominic some answers. If they had thought he was an officer, they would have asked about Rosefield. An ordinary soldier usually knew nothing about the background and the people behind a mission. That was why it was pointless to ask a member of the lower ranks about an admiral and his motives, unless one was interested in the latest gossip. Dominic chose to continue to be considered a common soldier. That way he could play dumb and avoid being caught in the crosshairs of the investigation. If he and the female gunners were the only survivors of the Zora, Prescott and Bush would still be breathing down their necks. Since they apparently doubted the sanity of Simmons and Green, they were forced to look harder at him. They needed his testimony as confirmation for various rumors. From this point of view, he was the only survivor of the Zora. He was looking forward to exciting days and felt uncomfortable. After all the struggles, pain and hardships, he actually deserved calmer days. He prayed that his family would come to visit him soon, because he needed some familiar faces around him. People whose motives were clear, loving and simple. The doctors made their rounds and casually informed Dominic that he could not expect to see his family. Over the airspace, between California and the Midwest, there would be intense air traffic from Kimon and Akato ships. As it was explained to Dominic, they refrained from firing at each other, but a civilian flight without a valid reason seemed too risky at present. He would have to make do with seeing his parents and siblings on a screen whose transmission quality was severely limited. This was a sure sign that the satellite network had continued to thin out. Soon, it would likely disappear altogether. Civilization was beginning to sink into a deep sleep and its lights were gradually going out. Come home, boy, his father had said, and it had sounded like a command. His mother seemed sad and looked tired. Her only comments were that she missed him very much and that he had been gone too long. Come here and make yourself useful. His brother Benjamin said tersely, and little Billy was too shy to say anything. He merely held another of his model ships in his hands and seemed undecided about explaining anything about it, as he had during Dominic's last visit. Embarrassment was evident on his face, and he alternately stared down at the floor or up at his mother. Tammy and Sarah joked, apparently thinking Dominic was just trying to get out of clearing snow, which was a lot of work this harsh winter. Tammy and I have already had an argument about who gets your room, Sarah said with amusement, should a heroic act be your undoing? Her mother commented on this remark with a horrified look. Dominic's father showed his displeasure with a few stern words. Dominic promised to do everything to be back with them soon. The doctors had ordered him 2 months of convalescent leave, which he could start as soon as he left the hospital. He would have liked to chat a little longer and tell them all how much he was looking forward to seeing them again. But the connection was overshadowed by interference and finally broke off completely. In the following days, Dominic had to endure monotonous and painful rehabilitation exercises. His legs were broken several times. Splintered ribs had bored into his lungs. Tendons had been pulled, ligaments stretched, and muscle fibers torn. Bones of the right shoulder joint had been replaced with titanium prostheses. But the bruised liver and a taped kidney tear caused him the most anguish. The military lawyers showed up several more times, asking questions about this or that detail, before they left again. When they visited him again one morning, Dominic allowed himself to ask what purpose these questionings were supposed to serve. "Is this all part of an internal report?" he asked. "Or does the insurance company not want to pay?" Prescott did not seem inclined to joke. In fact, he never showed any inclination toward humor. "The Supreme Court is seeking a trial that will put the entire fleet on trial." His voice was cutting and his gaze icy. "We are faced with the question of whether all that is being brought against us represents a complete failure of the fleet and its leadership, or whether it is merely the actions of one individual. This is the most difficult time the force has ever faced. The reputation of an entire generation is at stake." Without a doubt, Prescott had no sense of humor and tended to compensate for this lack with theatricality. It was precisely because of this that his demeanor had an exhilarating effect on Dominic, and he had to pull himself together not to grin at the man. After all, Prescott seemed to care a great deal about the fleet and to take the accusations made personally. Dominic would have liked to tell him that this problem could not be solved without risking the end of the fleet. When you got right down to it, Dominic reflected, the fleet was finished anyway. No matter what might happen now. Their last resort was obviously to find a scapegoat and hope that the wrath of all humanity would be directed at him. Perk was a welcome and easy victim. His contact with the pirates, the trail of devastation he left behind him, and his idiosyncrasies, which had earned him many enemies, all spoke against him. De Castro, on the other hand, was considered a brilliant warrior and would never come under fire from the lawyers. Dominic would have liked to know why Prescott and Bush had so far avoided mentioning him. Dominic toyed with the idea of bringing De Castro into the picture, but that would have only complicated things. After everything that had happened, he no longer wanted to stay in the fleet. There was no one he could trust. He had to admit it to himself, his brother had been right about everything concerning the fleet. It was a good time to go home again. He left his bed and staggered painfully over to the closet where a new uniform hung and where his personal belongings were. He pulled out a drawer. Among his ID and a few coins, he also found the Akado uniform button he had been carrying since his encounter with the alien. He had not lost it. The shiny thing had stayed with him. Dominic was not superstitious, but still it seemed to him like a sign of fate that he had to heed. After a few days, a messenger from the fleet entered Dominic's sick room. The soldier was about his age, with red hair and a narrow face, full of freckles, and handed him a sealed envelope. Dominic pulled off the red plastic strip adorned with a gold fleet emblem and revealed a sheet of white foil. Meanwhile, Veronica, who was refilling new infusions and preparations, was receiving lewd looks from the young man. "Concentrate on your work, soldier," the nurse remarked, casually and without interrupting her work. The messenger cleared his throat sheepishly and turned to Dominic. "I need to return it," he informed. "Just your thumbprint in the box at the bottom right, please." Dominic read in the letter that they had taken and filed his statements about the Perk case. The trial of the defendant and his officers would begin in 2 weeks, in the absence of the defendants. Dominic would be called as a witness and would have to confirm the accuracy of his statements in front of an audience. An exact date for this had not yet been set, he said, but he was to remain in San Francisco until the end of the trial. A copy of his statements was attached to the letter. He skimmed it, pressed his thumb on the space provided, and handed it all back to the messenger. "I'll secure the envelope," the young man said, sticking a new seal on the envelope. "Continue to wish you a speedy recovery." He said goodbye to Dominic and seemed to toy for a moment with the idea of asking Veronica for her network number. "Bon voyage, soldier," Veronica purred without so much as a glance at the messenger. The soldier disappeared faster than expected. A short time later, Dominic switched on the virtual monitor. The light in the room dimmed, and moving images built up above the foot of his bed. Dominic flipped through the channels until he found the news station. In the info bar, at the bottom of the image, he could already read a lurid text. "Trial begins against fled captain," read one headline. the trafficker on trial, another. After a few other video posts, an announcer announced the start of the trial of Captain Perk and a number of his officers. An expert was finally called in, and Dominic followed what he thought was an exciting segment. "Looks bad for Perk," Veronica opined. Dominic remained silent. But he would have liked to roar with anger in the face of all the speculation and lies that were being spread. "Who would have thought?" continued Veronica, typing away on her datapad. "That Rosefield has disappeared, too." Dominic did not react at first. He was still annoyed by a number of experts and analysts who sold their opinions as facts and made themselves important. "Rosefield," he repeated thoughtfully, pretending he was unfamiliar with that name. "Who is that?" Veronica eyed Dominic closely. "He was in fleet management." "Actually, you know him. A hero of many battles." "Never had anything to do with him," he shook his head, feigning horror. "Must be one of the fled butchers, too. I wonder who else is part of it." Veronica made no reply to that. "You should go out in the garden for a bit. It's warm outside. 22 degrees. And that's at the end of February." Dominic liked the suggestion. He put on his leg braces that helped him run and regulated their power further back. "Soon you won't need the rails anymore," Veronica's voice sounded pleased. "But don't overdo it. I'll take the stand without those things." Dominic walked through the garden. Or rather, he stumbled along the gravel paths that meandered between bushes and trees. He had taken on a bit too much and increased the power of his walkers as his legs began to ache. Finally, on a bench, he had to sit down and take a break. Rubbing his knees, he didn't notice Monica Simmons and Ellena Green approaching and sneaking up behind him. "We'd have an easy time with you now, soldier," Monica Simmons said, slapping Dominic's shoulder amicably. He was startled and looked puzzled for a moment. He began, stuttering. I think I need some more practice." Monica's blue eyes fixed Dominic, almost in the same way they had when she had been under the influence of the Seabees. Her long auburn hair was trimmed to a few inches, giving her a hard, almost masculine appearance. She had become even slightly slimmer, and her features stood out harder than Dominic remembered them. "What do you think about all this?" wanted to know Ellena Green. Her once shoulder-length dark blonde hair, too, had been trimmed into a neat pageboy cut that framed her already narrow face on both sides. Her green-blue eyes reflected seriousness and concern. "Tell me. What are they trying to pin on us?" "They don't want to pin anything on us," Dominic reassured. "They've long since found their victim." "Perk," Monica stated. "Do you think there's anything to it?" "Not with words," Ellena hissed, tapping her forehead. Dominic did not understand. Monica sat down by him and whispered in his ear, "They're probably watching us. We can't talk openly here." Dominic turned around, difficult. "We're surrounded by trees and bushes. They have their methods. Anything they find out that way won't hold up in court. I'm sure you guys made statements and got a transcript. They're only allowed to use that." "I'm not talking about the process either," Monica continued in a whisper. "Intelligence. They just want to know what we know." Dominic felt uncomfortable, as if he was being watched at that very moment. "I don't know anything." Ellena, still standing in front of him, reached out her hand and touched his temple. At the same time, Monica pressed her forehead against his other temple. Dominic was back on the Zora. Smoke, fire, alarm sirens. It was that moment after the devastating explosion. He saw it alternately through the eyes of Monica and Ellena, who were hiding in the ship's hangar in a transport plane. He saw the injured crew members being transferred to a ferry. The ferry eventually flew away and Monica rushed out of the transporter. She worked her way through the devastated hangar to the open bulkhead and looked after the shuttle. She flew toward the Athena, which hovered over the destroyed colony and veered off after taking the shuttle aboard. There were many smaller ships in the vast plain, destroyed and burning among the rocks. After this scene was over, the two women let go of him, and Dominic sat on the bench in the park again. He understood. Blake had rescued the crew of the Zora and apparently destroyed a boarding party of Fleds. Perk and the other survivors were now with the pirates. And from the looks of it, Blake had made no move to turn Perk in. Or perhaps the captain no longer placed any value on returning to the fleet and to Earth. Dominic did not doubt that Rosefield had also joined Blake. Ellena still looked stern. You understand? Dominic wasn't quite sure what she meant. We have no future here, she declared. The fleet? What is it? A rotten tree. Rotten. Dominic did not answer. She was right. His brother was right, though for different reasons. The fleet was riddled with structures that made it impossible for it to fulfill the purpose for which it had been created. He thought of Lord Mestre, the Akato he had saved the life of. For him, this could be an alternative. But who else had the opportunity to turn his back on Earth? He had heard that the Akato occasionally recruited humans, but that was just a rumor. If he used the prince's uniform button, other doors might be open to him. Perhaps it was possible to use this circumstance for the benefit of his family as well. What are you going to do? He asked Monica Simmons. We make our statements, she replied, bored. And then we'll get the hell out of here. Where? Ellena still looked grim. We don't. But as far away from uniforms as possible. Dominic was interested in something else. What you did to me, he didn't know how to describe it and looked questioningly at Monica. The head thing. You did that to me on Baxter, too. The Kimon can do that too. Seen it before. They got that from the Seabees, Monica said in an assured voice. The bugs kind of take advantage of that, but they didn't make it up. The Seabees are like the wind, Ellena explained. You just have to learn to spread your sails and harness their power. For Dominic, that was a little too high. You don't know where you're going yet, after we've made our statements and resigned our commission? The two women looked a little embarrassed. Monica found her voice again first. First of all, out of the city. And far away from other cities. We wanted to go north, toward Alaska. There are few people there and therefore fewer dangers. Of course, we'll have to see where we settle. But there are certainly many possibilities. Doesn't look like a plan, he had a better solution in mind. People are necessary. But we need people we can trust. Ellena looked interested. And where do you find them? My family, he replied. It's not always easy, but the problems are kept within tolerable limits. My father is strict, but never unfair. Monica and Ellena exchanged glances. He seemed to have actually made her think. My brother is a bit of a handful, Dominic admitted. He's rough around the edges and never at a loss for a stupid line. Monica liked that. Sounds exciting. Is it big? I thought you didn't want any problems, Dominic shook his head in irritation. It's okay, it's okay. I'll be careful. Ellena had an opinion on the matter as well. I'll keep an eye on you. Dominic almost regretted at that moment having given the two young women this idea. Chapter 3. It came as Dominic had expected. The trial of the absent officers and the captain of the Zora began on March 11th. Just in time for Dominic to no longer need his leg braces and to take the stand upright. The judges and lawyers all wore military-cut clothing that no longer bore any resemblance to the robes Dominic remembered from old movies or documentaries. It was clear that the judges and their assistants primarily had the interests of the state in mind, which was becoming more and more dominated by the fleet and the army. A development that Dominic's father had long foreseen and which he had eyed with regret and suspicion. Since the two alien races had invaded the solar system, this imbalance had continued to grow, and by now one could hardly distinguish the federal government from a military junta. The presiding judge was a handsome older gentleman with white hair and a gaunt face. He would certainly have cut an impressive figure in a classic robe. Dominic had attended a civil trial a few years earlier, which had been about petty disputes over some property boundaries. At that time, the Kimon and Akato had already been on site and had begun their work of destruction. Actually, an inconceivable state of affairs that one had to argue about anything at all in view of the catastrophic damage that the contact with the alien civilizations had brought with it. Basically, this trial was in no way different from the petty trial he had observed as a youth. Here, too, people were staking out their territories and clarifying their power relationships. People were fighting each other instead of standing together against the outside threat. The Earthlings seemed to him like smallholders who only had their own egoistic interests in mind and even delivered their own species to the knife if it seemed profitable and brought advantages. In this case, they would put Perk in the spotlight and make him the monster. A monster they could hunt with torches and pitchforks so that the real criminals would continue to operate in the shadows. The course of the trial therefore did not surprise Dominic. But it was one thing to take note of the foreseeable, and quite another to remain calm about it. He had the feeling that his statements were taken note of and then unsaid facts were interpreted into them, all with the aim of denigrating Perk. Dominic was seething with anger and was about to take on the prosecutor. But what good would that do? In the end, he would achieve nothing and only cause the media to keep an eye on him longer than necessary. And that could be really unpleasant. He feared that he would be caught between the millstones and had the feeling that he was merely a cue giver, encouraging the lawyer's confused imagination to ever new heights. She allowed herself to paint a distorted picture of the captain that made conviction inevitable. However, Dominic soon realized that this was only beneficial to him. No one would remember him, the naive little soldier who had the misfortune to sign on with the wrong ship. Only the gruesome ghoul Daniel Perk would stick in people's minds. Dominic just wanted to go home, have his peace, and close the Zora chapter. The Chief Justice soon pronounced sentence, stripping all officers who had served under Perk on the Zora of their ranks, as well as expelling them from the fleet. They were suspended as a precautionary measure for all to be wanted, if they were still alive. Perk, of course, met the same fate, with the reward for his capture being by far the highest. It was decided to add the dramatic phrase "dead or alive," and to justify the sentence by attaching to him all the sins of mankind that they had committed since the beginning of history. Dominic, Simmons, and Green, on the other hand, were exonerated by the court. In the reasoning, it was said that their previous service in the fleet had been too short to be aware of the scope of the crimes of their captain. Their ranks would be too low for them to have rebelled against it. Dominic also suspected that this was a move to contain media interest and further questions. The two women benefited from the fact that by now they were considered mentally damaged and were proposed to be honorably discharged from the fleet. Dominic took the opportunity to announce his resignation from the fleet before the eyes of the nation and the world. "There is nothing against you," the judge wondered. "There is nothing in your way that could be detrimental to a bright future in the fleet." "The stain doesn't wash off," Dominic returned. "I don't want to spend my life answering questions." The judge consulted with the senior military representatives, whom he brought to his desk for a brief discussion. Then the generals and admirals took their seats again. Their expressions were difficult to interpret. Did they welcome Dominic's request and hope that he would disappear as quickly as possible, or would they have liked to keep him under their watch for a while longer? "Your petition has received a hearing," the judge declared. "You are hereby honorably discharged from the army." With a long look into the audience and a subsequent tap of the gavel on a block of wood, the judge ended the process. The hall emptied quickly and soon Dominic, Simmons, and Green were alone. "Your offer still stands?" inquired Monica. "No change," Dominic replied, rising from his seat on the witness bench. "Let's get on the road right away. I have nothing to take with me but what I'm wearing right now." "We haven't had a chance to go shopping either," Monica remarked, laughing. "You guys are going to fit in just fine." Dominic was confident that the two would integrate perfectly into his family. They decided to leave San Francisco the next day. However, there was a flight ban, and as they learned from Veronica, it was going to be maintained for quite a while. In addition, Dominic, Monica, and Ellena had to leave the area of the hospital immediately, since they were no longer members of the fleet. "There are a couple of good hotels," the nurse suggested. "In the Mission District, I could recommend one for you." So much for our merits, Ellena said dismissively. Can't seem to get rid of us fast enough for you. It's all right, Dominic placated. It's more of an insurance issue, I guess. Veronica nodded. The insurance company is only interested in the ice-cold data. They are now back under the AZA, General Civilian Assurance. Monica hissed through her teeth, now we just need a vehicle. And that costs. Dominic knew that there were no safe transportation routes left. Rails and magnetic routes were destroyed or had to be repaired so often that they had been abandoned early after the alien invasion. Transport lines existed that were used by off-road vehicles. But Dominic had heard that they charged exorbitant prices and often dropped travelers off in the wasteland. They're in cahoots with gangs of thieves, Monica said when Ellena referred to the transportation lines. We should get our own vehicle, Dominic suggested. I know someone who can help you. Veronica tapped away on her datapad and relayed an address to Dominic. A friend of my friend's. He's a mechanic. He always has good deals. I'm sure they're making money off of it, Ellena asserted. I'd be stupid not to. They certainly have multiple revenue streams, Monica follows up. I don't talk about everything I do, the nurse replied, insinuatingly raising an eyebrow. You have to survive. Moral values don't fill a bank chip, Dominic disagreed, but he didn't want to argue. Dmitry Ivanov, Dominic read out the address information. 15th, corner of Albany Street. Auto mechanic, roboticist. He's good, Veronica explained. He will accommodate you if you tell him I sent you. I can also call him and tell him you're coming. How much do you have on the account? Asked Dominic of his former comrades. We've barely had a chance to bang our pay on the head. There's still some left, Monica confessed. And how about you? I think we'll get enough together to be able to afford our own vehicle. Ivanov was a tall, muscularly built, middle-aged man. He had full, black hair and brown eyes that looked kindly at Dominic as he got out of the cab with the two women. He wiped his oily hands on a rag, which he then threw into a trash can. Veronica said you guys were coming, he said, but refrained from extending an oily hand to the prospective customers. You're on your way to Fargo, Minnesota. Almost 3,000 miles, through rough country. The highway's all wrecked, as are most of the towns. A gamble. We wouldn't be the first to try it, Dominic explained. We'll just follow the bus routes and hit cross-country if we have to. A brave word, he turned away and walked through the large workshop, which looked like a bus station. Let me show you my arsenal. They followed the mechanic through the large hall. It was already late and yet work was still going on everywhere. Ivanov pointed to a caravan with Caterpillar tracks just finished. Bullhawk engine with 850 horsepower. Double reinforced pin bushings. The tracks are virtually indestructible. Monica and Ellena shook their heads. They walked through the workshop and again the two women didn't like any of the vehicles. Many of the cars looked like tanks and seemed to be neither to Monica's nor to Elena's taste. Dominic almost agreed with everything. But having two sisters, he knew how exhausting it could be to deal with women who were not completely satisfied. Chevrolet Striker, the mechanic showed them a roomy SUV, with big balloon tires. VS8 engine. 610 horsepower four-wheel drive. 2,200 Newton-meters of torque. It'll mill through mud and swamp like it was solid asphalt. The car appealed to the women. Possibly it was the blue glitter paint, rather than the technical specifications, that had convinced them. Better than chains, Ellena remarked. They can eat into the ground and that's it. If you don't have practice at it, tracked vehicles are pretty fragile. Can happen even with balloon tires when you get stressed, Monica advised. But the axis is higher. Does this thing have a dosing buffer? Yes, the car has that, Ivanov said. I put a processor in it. Does it take into account soil texture and weather conditions? Of course. Ivanov put on a snubbed face. I wrote the program myself and set it to the engine type and tires. Dominic could barely make sense of the terms and avoided asking stupid questions that would have brought his ignorance to light. How much is it going to cost? 15,000. That's 10 months' pay, Monica indignantly stated. Dominic had enough savings to afford the vehicle. And it would make a good gift for his brother. For 10,000, I'd take it. 14, Ivanov replied. The electronics are new. 12. Unhappy. 12, 500. And a few guns to go with it, including ammunition. You do have guns, don't you? Of course. 1 pistol and 1 rifle for each of us. Ivanov still resisted a little, but then he handed Dominic his smeared hand. Agreed. But you recommend me. Dominic chimed in. You're welcome. When we get there in one piece, I'll advertise for you. Can we leave right away? Inquired Ellena. It's filled up with gas, Ivanov replied. Should be enough for 10,000 kilometers. Chapter 4. The trio of former soldiers decided to head east that very night. No one wanted to waste time and spend another day near fleet headquarters. The 2 women had made themselves comfortable in the back of the SUV and had fallen asleep. Dominic looked down from his elevated seat at the road, which extended far into the wilderness, still in good condition. From Modesto on, however, the damage increased, and cannibalized vehicles began to pile up along the sides of the road. Dominic could also make out the wreckage of a large airplane in the headlights, its charred skeleton stretching into the starry sky beside the roadway. The glow of San Francisco's lights faded on the western horizon, and to the east rose the craggy peaks of the Rocky Mountains. Their jagged line stood out clearly against the firmament, where Dominic saw the Milky Way after he stopped the car and turned off the headlights. What's going on? Muttered Ellena sleepily. Why are we stopping? I have to pee, Dominic said. Besides, we're not leaving until after sunrise. Why? Ellena pushed aside Monica's arm, which was around her hips. Why should we waste time? I don't trust mountain roads, Dominic replied, opening the driver's door. The air rushing in was icy cold. We'd better go on in daylight. Dominic climbed down the rungs of a short ladder and jumped onto the sandy ground. He walked a short distance into the night, relieving himself and enjoying the silence that surrounded him. He looked up and could see Jupiter standing bright and clear in the sky. There his life had taken another turn. A turn that had led to his leaving the fleet. How many times had he looked up at the stars and always had a new perspective on things? Ever since the Kimon Nakato had been in the solar system, Dominic had known that there was fear and terror among the stars. And the last time he had looked up at them, he had been aware of it, too. But now all the hope he had cherished so far was gone. He was afraid to face his brother and confess to him that he had been wrong. It did not justify Benjamin's fatalistic views, but it was a concession he did not really want to give him. Dominic went to sleep and awoke just before dawn. The landscape looked frightening in the light of dawn. The forests had been burned, and the house town, which was north of the old highway, consisted only of ruins. The buildings had long been destroyed and were overgrown with creepers. Trees and bushes lined the foundations. Monica awoke as Dominic started the engine. Where are we going now? Over Sonora Pass, Dominic replied. And then through Death Valley to Red Rock. Why go there? Might be as good a place as any, Dominic says resignedly. But I found some evidence on the net that there is still organized life there. A small, functioning community, away from the metropolises. They even have a mayor who has started a groundwater and power project. And what does that mean? That he still has hope. And where there is hope, there is civilization. The trip over Sonora Pass was easier than they thought. There was a bus ahead of them, and Dominic suspected that the operating company made sure that the roads remained clear. He hoped it would stay that way until Minnesota. His hope was not disappointed, at least until Red Rock. There was a thriving town there, with new streets, parks, and beautiful homes. The plain, in front of the distinctive rocky massif to which the town owed its name, was fertile and green. They found a hotel and immediately felt at home in it. The Palm Village Hotel was a large house, with a white wooden facade, and reminded Dominic of home. The evening air was unusually warm. Dominic and his two companions spent the evening on the hotel's spacious veranda. They talked with a few other guests who were either on their way to Canada or to Mexico. An older man, who introduced himself to them as Todd Barnes and had formerly served in the army, advised Dominic against going further east. "Your way is either 1,000 miles north or south," he explained. "Everything beyond Las Vegas is the dead country. It's an area that should be widely avoided if you have a choice." "Las Vegas isn't one of them?" remarked Ellena jokingly. "That would be something new." Barnes laughed. "God, yes," he said, taking a drag on his cigarette. "I got married there. My first wife. Damn, what a dragon." "Yes. Las Vegas is a place of horror. It's definitely part of it." Dominic was in no mood for jokes. "What's beyond Vegas?" Todd took another drag on his cigarette before stubbing it out in the ashtray. "Eastern Nevada is littered with craters. Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, Montana, all moonscapes. When the Kimon and Akado visited our country, these states formed their first playground. Got reactivated then and joined the rescue squads. I was able to look around there for a very long time and in depth. There is no infrastructure there anymore and all fertile lands are devastated. Those who could, went north or south. But people still live there. People live in all places." He looked very serious when he said this. "Like vermin." "What do you mean?" Todd waved it off. "Forget it. I'm blathering because I don't have anyone else to blab to. I usually talk to myself, and I don't know any restraint about it. It's a stupid habit. I'm just an old, bitter man. We have all of our losses," Dominic tried to placate. "Oh." The man looked sharply at Dominic. "You still have your family, am I right?" Dominic didn't get to answer him. What else should cause a young man to struggle through the desolate land? Anyone who can still be homesick today is to be envied. Dominic began hesitantly, "I haven't seen my family in a long time. I won't waste time, even if it seems like stupidity." "Let it go, kid," Barnes placated. "I'm sympathetic to that. If I had a family and was as young as you, I'd do the same. Nothing could stop me. I'd grit my teeth and kill anybody who tried to make me take a detour." Monica seemed confused. "Before, they advised us against it. I should keep doing it," he admitted. "On the other hand, I now know your motives. At least you're friends." "We want to make a fresh start with him," Monica interjected. "And family is a good approach." Barnes lit another cigarette. "If you can do it, it shows how important a family is to you. How much you love her. How much you need her and that she can count on you. What if we don't make it and get killed in the process?" probed Ellena. "Then you are no loss to the family." Todd looked off into the distance, muttering softly to himself. "You have to be willing to kill or be killed. If only the family survives, you've done everything right. Family is everything. Everyone else is a stranger." Dominic did not like the conversation with the man, even if he had to admit that it made a chord in him sound that he had not known until now. How far would he go to protect his mother, father, brother and sisters? Were everyone else really just strangers? To him, Barnes' words seemed like nonsense, but there was no denying his view. Todd Barnes finished his cigarette as dusk faded into night. He said goodbye to the three, and they never saw him again. Leaving Red Rock was difficult for them. After all, it was the last civilized place before the desolate countryside beyond Las Vegas, where they were now heading. Monica and Ellena continued to look out the back window for a long time until the houses of the beautiful little town disappeared in the distance. "At least we have Coke," Monica said, opening one of the red and white cans. "And roasted bean chips," Ellena added. "With plenty of sour cream dip. I'm crazy about it." The other stuff is mine, Dominic said, thinking of the sandwiches, frozen soups, steaks and salads he bought in Red Rock. Don't get any ideas that I'm giving you guys anything. We take our energy in protein bars, Monica countered. It's a gift from the fleet. We've gotten used to it. Saves effort and washing up. Around noon, the road conditions became worse and worse. Finally, it was no longer possible to continue on the asphalt. It was unmistakable that a Kimon or a Kato ship had once crashed here and destroyed everything beneath it. Forests, cities, villages and streets, everything had been razed to the ground. And, as usual, the aliens had retrieved part of their creatures, the Kimon not bothering to collect their dogs, which took off after each crash. For sure there were also some sniffers or strays around, as Benjamin called them. However, Dominic could not see or sense any of them. Do you notice anything? Asked Dominic to the two women for good measure. Ellena looked troubled. Every now and then, she said after a pause. We're watched. The Kimon? I don't know. But I know it, Dominic said. It's the Kimon. Who else would it be? Monica climbed into the passenger seat. You haven't been honest with us, her voice had a demanding undertone. You've been through something, too. With them. Admit it. I didn't hide anything, Dominic returned. I just didn't say anything. Why? Nobody asked, that's why. Ellena also leaned forward on the back seat. Dominic felt her breath on his neck. Her voice was a whisper. What happened? Tell us. We shouldn't keep secrets from each other. We're brothers and sisters. Dominic preferred not to tell anything. Somehow the whole affair had something intimate that he didn't want to air in front of others. Monica, however, did not admit defeat. We should share the experience with each other, she breathed. We are connected in this way. It would be good to know what we can expect from each other. What gifts we possess. We are soldiers with new skills. Would be good to match them up. Dominic could understand this argument. I let a snoop get too close, he reported. I had a vision. And it came true. Ellena was impressed. Awesome. Monica, on the other hand, was skeptical and wanted to know more. What was that vision? I saw a coin. A coin? Dominic put his fingers in his left breast pocket and took out the golden button. Suddenly, Monica grabbed it and looked at it more closely. Dominic felt uncomfortable and demanded it back. Looks pretty, Monica said, turning it back and forth between her fingers. Like a gold coin. Except for that loop there. It's the button on a uniform. You said a coin. Sounds stupid when I say I saw a button in a vision, Dominic explained impatiently, reaching out to reclaim it. To me, it's a coin. From an Akato. Let me see, Ellena accepted the button from her friend and looked at it closely. Dominic regretted directing the conversation to it and showing it at all. He should have kept it his secret. Too much depended on it. He meant a refuge. Maybe something like a last chance. It was not to be treated lightly. Give him back to me, Dominic demanded unusually sharply. Now. Take it easy, Mr. Baggins, Ellena waved off. He looks pretty. Is that gold? It's heavy, anyway. Could I have it back, please? Ellena let Dominic stew a little longer before handing the button back to him. What's so important about him that he shows up in a vision? Or are visions just tippy-tappy? Dominic slid it back into his breast pocket. I can't say for sure. I'll keep it with me until I know. Where did you get it? Found it? I'll tell you some other time. Dominic didn't know if his two escorts would think he was showing off if he told them how he got it. It was welcome to him that the road ended abruptly and attention shifted to this problem. Where are we going now? Asked Monica, whose gaze roamed over the expansive valley. We'll just keep driving, Dominic suggested. Somewhere over there, the road must go on. He steered the car through a seemingly endless boulder field, but even when they crossed it, they couldn't find the road. Monica tried to make herself useful. "I'm going to go find a satellite image." "No use," Dominic objected. "No connection." "Then I load old maps. I'm good at reading maps." The image on the windshield showed a landscape where there were still houses and roads. "I think we're here," she pointed to a spot on the picture. "There's a valley here," she peered out. "That should be over there." Dominic steered the vehicle toward the cut-through, and soon the flanks of the bare, brown mountains rose steeply on either side. He thought he could make out paths that stretched across the slopes as a bright line. He spotted 3 more caves along the path's stand by. "Aye, sir." Civilian Ellena put her fingers to her temples and pulled out 3 pistols that had been hidden behind the backrest along with the rifles. Tensely, Dominic watched the mountain flanks. At least the road had reappeared and, except for a few wrecked cars in their way here and there were no other obstacles. He found nothing unusual that they should have worried about. Las Vegas was already far behind them, and contrary to all gloomy forecasts, the land was impressive and beautiful. The destruction was limited, and Dominic wondered what could be destroyed in the desert at all, except rocks and stones. It wasn't until they approached the higher town of Kanab and could look down on the Las Vegas plain that they recognized the countless craters that littered the land. Only from up here could the deep and shallow funnels be seen clearly. Kanab itself was nothing more than a field of rubble, and the forests that had once surrounded it must have been completely burned down by a massive fire. Millions of charred stumps rose from the scorched ground and presented a sad picture. The roads were as uneven as a plowed field, and often Dominic was forced to drive around deep ditches that had torn up some of the land. The detour took them further west again, where they came to an old highway that took them toward Flagstaff. It was late, and the sun was already sinking over the horizon. It shone warm and mild through the windshield, blinding Dominic. It was pleasant to feel the rays on his face. A brief hint of the coming spring that made one forget all the worries of the previous days and weeks. Just before the sun reached the crest of the barren cliffs, it bathed the landscape in golden light that compensated for the desolate sight that surrounded it. For a moment, the world turned into a dream of light and gold that enchanted and captivated the small group of former soldiers. None of them said a word until the sun had disappeared and a quiet, peaceful evening settled over the land. The twilight, however, quickly faded and it became pitch dark. The sky clouded over, hiding the light of the moon and stars. The 3 decided to spend the night east of the Kanab ruins. In the shelter of a rock wall, Dominic stopped the car, made dinner for himself, and then went to sleep. The 2 women stayed up late, consuming their energy bars and chatting about a lot of trivia. They were boisterous and cheerful, switching from one topic to the next. None of it had to do with the fleet or its missions. It was about old loves, first kisses, first times and their time in college. They giggled and laughed boisterously. But at least the cheerful chatter helped him fall asleep. It wasn't until Monica and Ellena fell asleep that he woke up again. For a moment, he saw the shadow of the window struts move across the gray fabric of the cabin sky. It was only a brief moment, and it passed so quickly that Dominic initially thought he had imagined the whole thing. The engine noise that had supposedly awakened him had also faded away. He sat up and looked out into the night, but there was absolutely nothing to see. It was so dark that one could believe the whole world had disappeared. He listened to the silence and realized why Todd Barnes had spoken of the dead land. It was indeed as quiet as a graveyard. No lone night animal screamed or howled to call its fellows. Monica and Ellena presented a peaceful picture. They were lying on the back seat, holding each other and sleeping without being disturbed by nightmares. Before Dominic went back to rest, he took another long look outside, but everything was unchanged and calm. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 5. The morning sun crept slowly over the rocks. The pastel tones of dawn gave way to harsh light and bright colors that made the barren area glow. Dominic yawned profusely, sat up and opened the door. Cold morning air poured in, and Ellena began to complain about it. "Do you have to?" she mumbled sleepily. It smells, Dominic replied, retrieved a plastic bottle from the side compartment of the driver's door, rummaged toothbrush, toothpaste, a bar of soap and a small washcloth from the glove compartment and climbed outside. The two women, on the other hand, dispensed with a morning toilet and used the remaining minutes to snooze some more. "You'll have trouble with my sisters," Dominic said, shaking his head as he got back behind the wheel, "you two filthy bears." "Bear girls," Monica corrected, straightening up. She squinted against the sun, which was just climbing over the ridge. Besides, scrubbing on teeth and skin, using detergents, is supposed to be unhealthy. "If a gag reflex gets the better of me," he started the engine, "I'll throw you out." The drive to Flagstaff was arduous and took far too long. The road led them across lonely steppes and dusty plains. Here, too, all the forests were burned. Thistles and low bushes, with hard, brittle branches, were all that could grow here. Flagstaff was virtually non-existent. Where it had once been, a huge hole gaped like a massive axe wound in the Earth's crust. The famous Barringer meteorite crater, which was nearby, had been joined by several more recent ones. Here, a ship seemed to have made an emergency landing, and had left a drag mark across the land. "I can feel them now," Ellena breathed. Her eyes stared blankly past Dominic. "Who can you feel?" Elena's remark worried him, and right now he couldn't use that at all. He was tense enough as it was. "Snoop?" "Yes, quite a lot." Monica shook her head. "I don't feel anything. They're not around." Monica put her hand on Dominic's shoulder. "She's the more sensitive of the two of us." "So? I meant you might be interested." Ellena grinned broadly, but her eyes still looked into the distance. "They have retreated into caves. The land is full of them, but they hide." Dominic was by no means more reassured. "Can they sense you, too?" "Yes," she said curtly. "I have their attention. I want you to break contact." "Why?" "It's pleasant." "Now." Monica now seemed to be having second thoughts as well. "Let it go, Ellie," she said, "not that they'll find us." Ellena did not answer. "Did you hear that?" continued Monica. "It scares me, too." Ellena still showed no reaction. With a dreamy face, she sank into her world of thoughts. Monica grabbed her friend by the shoulders and shook her violently, but still Ellena was entranced. Finally she slapped her face. Ellena was back in reality. "What are you doing?" She was indignant. "Are you out of your mind?" Dominic's face was flushed with anger. "Be glad I didn't have to do that," he growled. "I wouldn't have given you such a soft slap," he cursed. "As if we didn't have enough problems already." Dominic steered the car over a seemingly endless boulder field. The sun shone brightly through the back window and illuminated a large pile of stones that rose from the plain about 10 kilometers ahead of them. There they would spend another night. Dominic sighed, thinking of the road they still had ahead of them. Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, Dakota, and then all the way through Minnesota. The thought made him sick to his stomach. And all because of a no-fly zone over the continent. Up to this point, he hadn't seen a Kimon or a Kato ship flying across the sky to unsettle him. They should have hired a pilot in a glider somewhere, ready to break the law. It wouldn't have taken long to find one. Too many were willing to break laws if the pay was right. Increasingly, the trip seemed like a giant stupidity to him. What's wrong? He wanted to know from Ellena after noticing that she kept looking through the back window. "I thought someone was following us," she replied. "So?" "It's gone now." She took a sip of water. "I thought I saw a dust cloud. But it's hard to see anything in the backlight." Dominic didn't know if he should tell the two that he had heard a vehicle last night. At least that's what he thought. It might not have meant anything. There were certainly a lot of people trying to get west. And the bus routes still existed. Who could say which routes the drivers would have to take, since the topography was constantly changing, as they themselves had already discovered. At the foot of the cairn, Dominic stopped the car, climbed onto the roof and kept a lookout. A small pair of binoculars, which had an infrared mode, was a good help, but there was nothing to discover. On the plane, everything was still and motionless. Ellena had probably been mistaken. Monica had gotten out a moment earlier and pointed upward. "Look there." Dominic looked up. An Akato ship was flying along at some distance. He estimated its altitude at about 25 to 30 kilometers. A dark shadow, in the shape of an uprooted tree, speckled with countless lights, traced its path in front of the stars. "There's another one," shouted Monica. "And another one." Meanwhile, Ellena had stepped out of the vehicle to watch the spectacle. Dominic watched spellbound as the formation glided across the sky. They flew from southeast to northwest and abruptly opened fire. A fine web of thin energy lines began to expand to the northwest. Countless projectiles hit somewhere behind the northern horizon, painting a second sunset on the sky. "Bug hunting," Monica casually remarked, putting her fists on her hips. Ellena, on the other hand, bent down, dug her fingers into the sand, and hurled it in the direction of the Akato ships. "Aim right, you bastards. Fucking bastards. Aim right." It was impossible to see what exactly the horseheads were firing at, but it appeared to still be within the dead land. Finally, the fire was returned. A volley of glaring light hit one of the Akato ships. Some shots missed the shields, but many got through and blew out pieces on the ship's side. The burning debris rained down, trailing streaks of black smoke. The thunder of the explosions reached Dominic's ears, and it sounded like the distant rumble of a powerful thunderstorm. The spectacle lasted about half an hour, then the Akato ceased firing, turned away, and flew off to the south. The fire on the horizon continued to flicker well into the morning, turning night into day. It was hard to find sleep. Dominic tossed and turned while Monica and Ellena were already fast asleep in the back seat. Again, they held each other tightly. There was something innocent and sweet about it, and Dominic envied their intimacy. Surely the experience with the Seabees had contributed to this intimate relationship, and he wondered if they also shared their dreams. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, Dominic fell asleep while reflecting on the past weeks and months. He didn't know if it was because of the closeness of the two women, but his dreams were beautiful, full of music and light. The awakening was all the harder for it. Someone banged his fist on the door and shouted. It was a man, with a deep voice. "Get out." Again he banged on the sheet metal. "We'll set the car on fire if you don't get out now." "Yeah, we'll light him up," said another, tapping the barrel of a pistol against the passenger door window. Ellena and Monica were rigid with fear. Dominic, too, felt panic constricting his chest. He thought for a moment about drawing his gun. "No fooling around," said the man at the driver's door. "Now get out." "All right," Dominic replied. "Don't shoot. We're coming out." "They're killing us," Monica whispered, her voice trembling. "We don't know, of course." He knew that his words were just an empty claim. He opened the door and carefully got out. Monica and Ellena followed with hesitation. They were confronted by a group of about 15 men and women. Most of them were dressed in dirty pants, coats and jackets and looked neglected. But there were also 3 women and 2 men among them who made a clean, neat impression and looked like businessmen. They were dressed in black clothes that looked a bit old-fashioned. In them, they looked like people who came from the settlement period of the Wild West. 3 large vehicles that bore much resemblance to the wagons from Ivanov's workshop were behind them. "They sure look healthy," said the fat man who had woken Dominic. He spat a lump of chewing tobacco into the sand and grinned through black teeth. His chin was framed by a shaggy red beard that hadn't been neatly trimmed in a long time. "This will be expensive, said his companion, who was the spitting image of him, but had a less stately figure. In dirtiness and body odor, however, they were equals. Dominic smelled the pungent odor of alcohol that accompanied the man's words. One of the well-dressed men approached. He was slim and wore a black frock coat, with a black vest, from whose breast pocket hung a gold watch chain attached to a buttonhole. He had on a hat with a wide brim that cast a shadow on his face. A small white square adorned the collar under his chin. His high riding boots had been cleaned and greased only a short time before. They shone in the sun. "That's a good catch, Reverend," said the fat man. "With the three of them, our sins are blotted out for a year, if I may be so bold as to say so." "We'll see," said the man whom the fat man had addressed as Reverend. "But Ivanov has never disappointed us before. So I'm in good spirits." Dominic and the two women exchanged glances. "That fucking bitch," groaned Monica. "That bitch. Fucking bitch." Dominic knew she couldn't mean anyone else but Veronica, the worried nurse at Fleet Hospital. The two armed men grabbed Monica and another slapped her across the face. The Reverend raised his hand defensively. "My lady," he said unctuously, addressing Monica. "Not such words. You don't know how much you are sinning." Dominic had been able to observe how some in the neglected group had put their hands over their eyes and ears when Monica had spouted her curses. It had happened quickly and almost casually. To Dominic, it had seemed like a ritual gesture. A defense against curses and imprecations. Someone got into the car Ivanov had sold Dominic and started the engine. "That's old Jenny," he called out to the Reverend. "That's a good sign. Jenny always delivers the best merchandise." "Scarabee, I say, sir," murmured the Reverend. "When we have offered the sacrifice, we will bring Jenny back to him. That the Lord may continue to bless us." Monica tried to tear herself away. What the hell is going on? Again she received a slap in the face. The Reverend came a little closer. "Every foul word defile the flesh. Do not defile what is consecrated to the gods." "We should take that off Ivanov's bill," suggested the man with the gun. "Such a rotten thing." Monica kicked at the guy and glared at him angrily. "Shit. Fuck, fuck, fuck." The fighting spirit awoke in Ellena as well. "Yes," Crap Pack cursed, "filthy. To hell with you. Gag them," the Reverend ordered. "What are you going to do with us?" asked Dominic as he watched the Reverend gag the two women. "All three of you are going toward a higher destiny," the man explained, placing his hand on Dominic's shoulder. "Like Azazel once did, you will bear the burden of our sins and take them from us." Dominic's eyes went black for a moment, and his knees gave way. Getting into the hands of religious nuts who offered human sacrifices was the last thing on his mind. He would have liked to scream, but his throat was tight. Chapter 6. The drive went through some barren countryside and then down into a valley plain, crisscrossed with canyons. During the drive, Dominic had had plenty of time to look at the skull and femur dangling next to a wide rear-view mirror, in front of his face. The driver grinned at Dominic. "Was my first," he explained. "And it didn't even cost me any effort," he laughed hoarsely. A bump in the ground caused the bones to sway violently back and forth. In some places, their owner had edged them with silver and gold and varnished them. A date had, to all appearances, been burned into the bones with a red-hot iron. But Dominic also recognized other details that sent a shiver down his spine. There were quite a number of fine and coarse cuts, such as were made on the bones during the cutting and boning of animal carcasses. They were spread all over the skull and femur, as if someone had gleefully peeled the flesh from the bone. One of the women leaned forward. "You must be a tender boy," she breathed into his ear and licked his earlobe with the tip of her tongue. "What happens to them, I will decide," the Reverend objected. "The Lord spoke to me in a dream today." "Scarabee, I say, sir." The woman leaned back again. "Scarabee, I say, sir," she whispered, with an angry undertone that sounded less than reverent. From one of the canyons Dominic had noticed earlier, the silver tip of a Kimon claw protruded. It shone in the sunlight. Dominic could see a collection of huts, caravans, containers, and transport ships that formed a sort of village surrounding the Kimon claw. "Spirit Springs," announced the Reverend, sitting next to Dominic. "Here you will deliver our offering to the gods." I'm not going to deliver anything, Dominic objected. There's nothing to deliver. The Reverend laughed compassionately. And the Lord saw that evil was spreading on the earth, anointingly. He quoted the text from the Bible and added another. And the Lord said, Behold, the end of all flesh is come before me. You won't be able to stop the Lord if he sets his mind to it, Dominic ventured to disagree. We've been doing this for quite a while, the Reverend returned. And as you can see, it works splendidly. There was no point in arguing. Nutcases like these people lived in a world full of abstruse logic. Reason and humanity had no place in the reasoning of fanatics. Dominic could do nothing at this moment but wait to see what would happen. If he was lucky, there was still time to make plans and plot an escape, like in one of the adventure or spy movies his brother loved so much. Like a bad movie, Dominic muttered to himself. Like a bad movie. A hooting and shrieking crowd made it difficult for the convoy to advance into the center of the settlement. In the narrow valley, which was surrounded on all sides by steep rock walls, people crowded around, all of them looking neglected and wild. All of them wrapped in clothes that were put together without any discernible style or art and gave the impression of coming from a garbage dump. There were caves in the rock walls with people standing in the entrances looking down on the troop. The rocks were painted with large graffiti showing scenes from religious scriptures. Dominic recognized the infanticide at Bethlehem and shuddered at the drastic detail of the depiction. At the foot of the rugged cliffs stood the various dwellings of the inhabitants. Among them were windy huts made of corrugated metal sheets or freight containers from which openings for doors and windows had been cut out. The sunroof of the front vehicle opened, the fat man squeezed through and spread his arms. He shouted something, but Dominic could not hear what it was. Only from the chorus of people answering the call did he hear a word. Redemption. Redemption. The fat man in his greasy jacket turned around and pointed at Dominic and the two women sitting next to him in the back seat of the car. Redemption. Redemption. The Reverend seemed entranced, and even the women sitting behind him and in the driver's area of the big car began to murmur softly, Redemption. Redemption. To Dominic's ears, it sounded like the hissing of snakes. Finally, the wreck of the Kimon ship came into view, towering above the rocks at the end of the canyon. A collection of buildings made of mud, concrete and scrap metal crowded the silver cone. They were decorated with countless colorful flags and pennants fluttering on ropes that had been strung between the facades. Dominic was reminded of the prayer flags used in Tibet to send petitions to various gods. The bizarre complex had to be a temple. The sight of it sent shivers down Dominic's spine. It took an eternity for the convoy to reach the temple district. Dominic was almost deaf by now because of the yelling and screaming of the people who were gathering around the vehicles in ever-increasing numbers. The column stopped and the Reverend opened the door. He enjoyed the cheering for a moment, then jumped out into the reddish-brown dust and motioned Dominic and his two companions to exit the car. The three hesitated, stuck their heads out of the vehicle, and carefully climbed down the short rungs at the exit. No sooner had they reached the ground than people crowded in and reached out for them. Someone grabbed Dominic by the collar. "Take my sins with you," the man shouted with a crazed look. "Take them all with you. They are crushing me. Redemption. Redemption." The women, in their businesslike dapper dresses, exited the vehicle and told people to keep their distance as the Reverend walked toward the Kimon Claw. "Go." One of the women urged Dominic. "Follow him." The procession, headed by the Reverend, began to move. The big man made his way through the crowd, and soon a wild procession was on its way to the temple, whose portal was wide open. Someone threw himself at Dominic's feet and rolled in the dust. "Take my burden upon you," he cried. "Take all my sins." Erlo sung. Erlo sung. The crowd chanted. Erlo sung. Erlo sung. A woman clung to Monica's neck and began kissing her. The Reverend's companions had trouble removing her because she was scratching, biting and kicking as she was pulled away from Monica. "Don't forget me." The woman screeched over the din, "I'm Skinny Eve. Crazy Skinny Eve. Don't forget me." Don't forget me. At last the Reverend had led the group to the entrance to the temple. The portal was high and narrow. It was the body of some school buses that had been set up on end and had the roof and floor removed. 4 guards stood in front of it, draped in wide red cloaks, under which they wore football player armor, holding baseball bats in their hands. They led in the Reverend, his 4 companions, and the 3 unwilling guests. Behind them, the portal was closed by lowering a heavy metal plate from above, like the portcullis in the gate of an ancient castle. Inside the building, it was silent. The noise of the people penetrated muffled from outside into a dark hall. The floor was paved with black marble slabs, reflecting the flames of fire pits that brought a little light into the vault. Dominic's gaze fell on the part of the Keeman claw that was integrated into the temple building. The side of the ship was cracked, and the crack showed the inside of the ship. The hairs on the back of Dominic's neck stood up when he saw the many-armed, monstrous creature squatting in an apparatus of cables, tubes and struts. A mane of thick and thin tentacles grew from the huge black skull, connected to the machinery of the claw. Long biting pincers were on the creature's mouth, gleaming like polished steel. It stared motionless into the hall, like an idol in an ancient temple. By all appearances, it was dead, but Dominic didn't want to get too specific. The Reverend took position in front of the crack. Above him towered the Keemon. "This is the manifestation, by God's will," he announced. "They came upon us. They are the instrument of his wrath. We, the true believers, accept the judgment. We are sinners. There is no escape. But we seek the way of reconciliation." At a hint, 2 of the women, Ellena and Monica, took off their gags. The 2 were too exhausted to allow themselves to be carried away by further curses and insults. Dominic did not know at first how to respond to the Reverend's words. Words and scenery were indeed outrageous. But he quickly got himself under control again. "Why don't you come before your God yourself?" he snapped at the man. "You and your whole gang. Why don't you ask him for forgiveness yourself and let us go?" Dominic had not really expected to leave the Reverend speechless. "I serve him," he replied with a distinct undertone of irritation. "All of us here serve him. Why should we breathe our last and finish our work on earth? Who should carry it on?" Dominic searched for a flippant retort, but by now the fear that was taking more and more possession of him had become too powerful. It paralyzed his thoughts. He said nothing more and spasmodically avoided imagining what his fate and that of his friends might be. But the Reverend did it for him. He gave a signal and the floor opened in front of Dominic. A horrible crunching rumble was heard and the black marble shook under his boots. In the darkness of the shaft, he could make out a large gear train moving inside. Gears and rollers rotated, interlocked, rattled and clanked. Ellena threw up and Monica turned white as a sheet. Dominic's throat tightened as 2 chains descended from the ceiling. Handcuffs dangled from their ends. "This is the maw of purification," the Reverend explained. "Your cries will purify your hearts. You will long for death and receive it like a friend. In this way, we will not be guilty of anything. No one will be able to say that we deprived you of life. No. We have given you death. The ultimate grace so that we can continue to serve with a clear conscience." "Damn maniac," Dominic whispered, and Ellena began to cry. Monica took her in her arms and stroked her hair. The Reverend took the time to speak about his faith. A sermon in which he spoke again and again about redemption, sin, mercy and the role of believers in the coming Last Judgment. Dominic could not understand much. The rattling of the ghastly death machinery drowned out all his words. Actually the suitable accompanying music to his horror sermon. Ellena sobbed for a while longer, but all at once she seemed to have calmed down. She looked up at the Keemon that towered over the whole scene. There was a strange expression in her eyes. Rapture, joy, that's how Dominic interpreted it, and before he could hold her back, she took off, circled the hellhole, and rushed toward the Keemon. 2 of the women got in her way, but the Reverend shook his head. "What's wrong, child?" Ellena pointed to the Keemon. Is he real? She asked, or just an effigy? You think all we have here is a carved image? An idol? The Reverend stepped aside. No. He is real. Descended to earth to dwell among us. Ellena hesitated to step closer to the crack from which some tentacles of the creature were hanging out. Finally, the Reverend took her by the hand and led Ellena very close to the Kimon. Quick as a flash, she reached out and touched one of the thick tentacles. Contrary to Dominic's expectations, the Reverend led Ellena, who tenderly stroked the Kimon's tentacle. Finally, Ellena returned to her friends. The eerie pit closed and the chains were pulled back up. When the full moon is in the sky, the Reverend intoned with sacred dignity, you will meet our Lord for all our sins. That he may have mercy on us and bless us. Amen, Ellena whispered and smiled. Chapter 7. The cell was dark, stuffy, and hot. There were 2 narrow windows. One was in the door, through which Dominic could see everything being prepared for the ceremony in the hall. The other allowed a view of the outdoors, where the faithful were gathering and incessantly shouting redemption, redemption. Dominic wondered why everything in the world he had come to this place, to find his end here after all the dangers, on the journey with the Zora. Ellena was completely calm and unresponsive. Monica held her tightly and whispered to her. However, Dominic had the impression that Ellena had already left the world. Probably the best way to face death in the horrific pit. Dominic envied her. Redemption. Redemption. We should have taken the detour, Dominic sighed. Then we'd be sitting on a porch somewhere right now, sipping a drink and staring into the sunset. I'm not so sure about that, Monica waved off. There are highwaymen everywhere. Even the bus companies can't be trusted. And you saw the way the Akado were going at it yesterday. That might have been right up our alley if we'd been heading north. I never expected anything like this. Monica almost laughed. No. Nobody could have expected that. I wondered if they're in cahoots with the Fleds, too. Wouldn't surprise me, anyway. Quite possibly. Dominic sat down and stared at the patch of light that fell through the window onto the concrete floor. Thoughtfully, he watched the dust particles dance within the sunbeam. Who knows how many people have lost their minds and thrown all scruples overboard in the last few years. The Fleds and these people here are only part of the whole madness. I don't dare to think what kind of riffraff is hanging around in these desolate areas. Monica brushed a strand of hair out of her forehead. I actually always thought that we humans were fighting the doom together. A united human family. We all take each other by the hand and stand up for each other, die for each other. But I guess the human condition is too complex for such simple reasoning. Or too sinister. Dominic had once heard someone say that man was man's greatest enemy. In recent months, he had been able to convince himself of the truth of this statement. Redemption. Redemption. It continued to sound from outside. He felt for the button in his breast pocket. The little golden thing was the fulfillment of a vision. The tangible proof of something supernatural. Something almost divine, in this dying and purely materialistic world. But what would have been the meaning of this vision when he died? It would remain a mystery. Was there no greater message? Whatever it could have been about this vision, it was apparently gone. Possibly he should have set out immediately for the Akados. Perhaps it had been an invitation. An order, perhaps, which he should have obeyed immediately. But it could also be that he was reading too much into the matter. Maybe such experiences were nothing special. Nothing more than a side effect of the alien invasion and its telepathic possibilities. Perhaps such visions were no more unusual than one of those annoying spam messages that landed in his electronic mailbox from time to time. Redemption. Redemption. Dominic tried to banish from his mind the shredding device that the Reverend had called the mouth of purification. But he did not succeed. What about Ellena? He asked instead. I don't know, Monica replied. She won't let me into her head right now. Her mind is busy. Has she lost her mind? I'm at least close, Monica confessed. Maybe it's better this way for Ellena. She's the more sensitive of us. It's quite possible that all the events have been too much for her. Redemption. Redemption. Time passed quickly. The sun sank and it became dark. The fervor of the raging fanatics, however, had continued to grow in strength. The shouting was just reaching its crescendo, and as Dominic peered out, he saw the crowd begin to move. Redemption. 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 Shortly thereafter, the door latch creaked. The fat guy with the unkempt beard stomped into the cell. He grabbed Monica and pulled her to her feet. "Get out." He snarled at her and pushed her out into the hall. He then approached Dominic and grabbed him by the shoulder. His buddy had also appeared and tugged at Ellena, who was still sitting impassively on the floor. He kicked her in the side with his boot, but she showed no reaction. "What about you?" Monica squeezed back into the cell and helped Ellena up. "Son of a bitch," she snorted, "I'm not taking your sins with me." The man looked helpless for a moment and looked at his obese colleague. "They can't decide that," the fat man returned. "Don't worry about it." The other grinned and stepped after Ellena while Monica led her into the hall. "Yes, you don't get to decide that. You have only to die." Dominic saw the crowd of believers pushing their way into the hall. Held back by the large guards, they formed a large semicircle in front of the floor panels under which the horrific apparatus was hidden. 3 cameras, like those used in television studios, floated through the large hall. Apparently, live coverage was provided outside so that all those who could not find a seat in the cathedral could witness the spectacle. Redemption. Redemption. Flanked by his aides and assistants, the Reverend climbed a high platform that had been placed in front of the mummy of Kimon. While Dominic, Monica and Ellena were being positioned, the Reverend spread his arms and the shouting stopped. Dominic's ears were still buzzing from the noise that had been heard all day. The silence, however, was even more unbearable. It was almost comfortable when the Reverend began to deliver his bizarre sermon. "They have been sent to us by God," he began, while the women at his side intoned a kind of soft gospel song, snapping their fingers in time. "They are angels with only one message: love God. Be purified. My brothers, are your sins grievous?" The crowd murmured a response. "They're heavy." "Oh yes, very heavy," exclaimed one individual. "You will find relief." The Reverend raised his arms and then pointed to individual believers. You, and you. Do you want to find relief?" Ecstatic shouting returned in response. Redemption. Redemption. The gospel singing of the women rose, and when the Reverend raised his hands again, the worshippers fell silent. Only the singing floated through the wide hall. Ellena moved to the sound of the melody. She had closed her eyes and turned with sensual grace. She smiled and made her hips gyrate. Dominic thought he could see different sensations on the faces of the singers. One seemed taken with Ellena's dance, the others seemed confused. The Reverend also allowed himself a moment of wonder, but he quickly regained his composure. At his beckoning, the chains lowered and the floor at Dominic's feet opened its ghastly maw. The rattle and clank of gears drowned out even the gospel singing. The bearded man and his buddy stomped up to tie Ellena's wrists to the chains. At that moment, a commotion arose. Shouting penetrated from outside. But it had nothing of the noise of rapture in it, which the ecstatic crowd had produced all day. Fear and pain were mixed in. The Reverend looked over at his executioners. "Go see what's going on." Ellena held the fat man by the arm and looked at him with a grim look. "They're coming," she whispered, suddenly whirling around and kicking the big man in the stomach. He staggered backward and tumbled into the pit. His screams rang through the hall as his body was pulled into the machinery. Bones broke and blood spurted up from the hole. One of the singers cried out, but her horror had nothing to do with the fat man's fall down the shaft. Dominic saw a sniffer climb down the surface of the Kimon ship and land with a mighty leap in front of the woman. In the next instant, he had grabbed her and torn her to pieces. So chaos broke out and more of the creatures jumped into the room. The crowd pushed towards the exit. Monica took advantage of the moment of shock and amazement. In just a moment she overpowered the fat man's buddy, gave him several well-placed hooks to the chin and rammed her knee into his stomach. He immediately went down and suddenly 2 of the sniffers were at his throat, tearing him to pieces. Dominic threw himself to the ground to avoid one of the snoopers, who leapt over him and landed in the crowd, where he wreaked havoc with fangs and claws. Ellena still stood entranced, moving in the dance, seemingly taking no notice of the chaos raging around her. Monica watched the proceedings with a mixture of fascination and horror. Has this improved our situation? There are definitely too many of the monsters for me. Dominic didn't know what to answer. The whole scene was too unreal. Still dancing, Ellena began to hum softly. He was betting that she had something to do with the appearance of the Kimon creatures. You have to tell me more about the Seabees, Dominic said. If we get out of here in one piece, I want to know everything. Monica pointed over to the mummy of Kimon. There stood a group of armed men who had apparently climbed down from the ceiling with ropes. They were not soldiers, however. From their get-up, they reminded Dominic of Benjamin's friends. A man and a young woman approached with hurried steps. They fired over Monica and Dominic's heads, hitting some of the faithful who had drawn their weapons to defend themselves against the attackers. Shots whipped through the air. Quite a few people went down hit or were overpowered and killed by the snipers. Suddenly an explosion shook the hall and tore a huge hole in the wall. Parts of the ceiling rained down. Come with us, the man urged. Do not waste time. Who are they? Wanted Dominic to know. I'm Dallas Jablonski, he replied, casually introducing the young girl at his side. My daughter Ramona. We know who you are. We've been following the process and decided to keep an eye on you. Pleased to meet you. We're so damn sophisticated, the girl impatiently nagged. This is going to kill us all one day. She's right, Dallas agreed. Let's get out of here. At that moment, Ellena regained consciousness. Let's leave the fighting to the monsters. They will cover our retreat. Above the canyon, where the tip of the Kimon ship protruded over the edge of the cliff, stood a glider. It was an armed transport of the type used by the fleet, but had no identification or military emblems. It was painted with a red and white pattern, so it didn't look like Jablonski cared about camouflage. Dominic allowed himself a moment to catch his breath from the climb and look down into the canyon. Chaos reigned down there. The people were desperately fighting off the onslaught of monsters, more and more of which were coming across the plain and pushing into the canyon. As far as the eye could see, the creatures swarmed, and Dominic felt their presence so clearly that his eyes almost went black. Did you call her? He asked Ellena, who seemed completely sober again. No, she replied, the Kimon. At least that's what they think. I used it to send them a message. Dallas Jablonski urged departure. Aboard with you, he ordered in a gruff tone. Let's get out of here. Chapter 8. The transporter flew at low altitude over the land to the east. Dominic watched as the men and women settled into the seats along the side of the ship, put away their weapons, and relaxed. Ramona and another woman, who was considerably older than Jablonski's daughter, brought Dominic and his friends tea, along with some energy bars that he so detested. Who are you? Asked Dominic Ramona. That's what my father told you, the black-haired girl replied. Dallas and Ramona Jablonski. Some of the people here are also part of the clan, others are not. That wasn't my question. Then I didn't understand you. With these words she went back into the cockpit. In doing so, she almost collided with her father, who joined them in the cargo and crew compartment. Dallas Jablonski was a broad-faced man with dark, slightly graying hair and brown, melancholy eyes. He reached for the tethers dangling from the ceiling and rubbed his chin with his other hand. We're friends of Blake's, he opened. The Blake, if you know who I mean. Dominic gulped. Was this a trap set by fleet intelligence? He looked over at Ramona and doubted it. The girl was not 18 years old. It was unlikely that the people here were agents or part of the fleet. Dominic hesitated nonetheless. Blake informed us about the Zora deployment, Jablonski placated. We know everything. More than fleet command, anyway. I know, for example, that you were an officer on the Zora. He gave Dominic a searching look. But Perk didn't have that officially noted. Tell me if I'm wrong. Dominic saw no point in lying or pretending that Jablonski was wrong. That's right. Good, that's how we get ahead. Monica was obviously interested in what Jablonski had to say. What do you want from us? Our first concern was to save you, Jablonski smiled broadly. And that's the truth. I used to be in the fleet, and I care about comrades. Beyond that, I cared about the process, and I cared about the depravity of the current fleet leadership. And, of course, I want to help Blake, whom I count among the last remaining true human beings. Monica screwed up her face. Blake is a pirate. I have doubts about his motives. That is your right. I appreciate individuals who don't throw their concerns overboard lightly. Dominic liked the man's manner. He seemed honest, but he had also often been wrong about people. But it didn't matter by now. He had faced a gruesome death and he didn't think it could get any worse. What about our captain? He's fine, Jablonski informed him. Provided he can come to terms with being part of the pirates now. He should come to terms with the situation. Because there's no going back. You don't know the captain very well there. I don't know him at all. And if he dares to come back to Earth, he's a fool. Ellena also had questions for Jablonski. Was your rescue operation for us, or did you want to burn one on these guys? I thought I had already answered that. Not detailed enough. Jablonski gave Ellena a smile. From the moment Blake informed us, we were with you. A young man spoke up, sitting across from Dominic. Remember me? The young man looked familiar to Dominic, but he did not remember where he might have met him. Pavel Jablonski, he said, putting his fingers to his temple in a military salute. Now it came back to Dominic. The messenger. The boy pointed his finger at Dominic. Pow! Dallas Jablonski frowned. But it wasn't easy. Especially when you decided to leave in such a hurry. But we still had Veronica as a source of information, the boy interjected. How is she? She's a great girl, Dallas Jablonski said. Smart, soulful. Has a deep nature and is looking for a nice, young man. Especially one who wears a uniform. A smile stole into Dominic's face. Forget it, Dallas retorted sharply. A fucking bitch. Works for the Fleds. Supplies them with fresh meat. Has other customers, though. The worshippers, for instance, from whom we saved you. Or the biters, nomads and Jaeger tribes. And how did you find us? Wasn't easy, Dallas Jablonski shared. After all, Ivanov was not allowed to know anything or he would have warned the worshippers. Pavel clicked his tongue. I logged into his database and found the frequency of the transmitter that was hidden in your car. My father knows what a great guy I am, but he pretends. We'll listen to your exploits some other time, Dallas interrupted him. We found you near Kanab and have been following you ever since. You could have prevented us from being captured, Dominic ventured. Yes, but we were thinking of a more effective way to do it. The crew laughed. Ellena, too, was amused. Effectively, she repeated, I think I've given you a perfect evening. Dallas Jablonski didn't seem to understand. You're excellent at exotic dancing. Ellena laughed. You don't know what I can do. Again the men in Jablonski's crew laughed, and Dominic again took charge of the conversation. He didn't want Ellena to tell what skill she meant. What do you expect from us now? What everyone expects, he replied. Information and some good stories. After a few minutes, the flight ended. They had flown south and landed near the city of Sedona. In the darkness, Dominic couldn't make out much of the city. But the few, sparse lights scattered across the valley floor suggested that it, too, was largely uninhabited. The transporter was standing on a platform over which the roof of a tunnel hangar was just slipping. About 100 meters away, the outline of a bunker rose against the night sky. Warm, yellow light fell from the slit-like windows. Dominic could make out people moving around inside the building. By the light of flashlights, the crew approached the bunker. Jablonski's crew could be seen, the tension falling from them. There was boisterous and loud joking. Someone cracked a dirty joke and one of the women retorted with an indecent remark. "Listen away, little one," Jablonski admonished his daughter. "Those words will get you into purgatory." "Didn't understand a word anyway," Ramona replied. "I can explain him to you later," her brother offered. "Get a grip," Dallas Jablonski rumbled. "No talking like that in front of your mother." He pulled out a cross that dangled from under his shirt at his neck. He kissed it briefly and tucked it back. "But we're still allowed," shouted a man who was the last to leave in the troop. "You know the joke about the guy who sits on top of the church steeple and throws cherries at people just coming out of mass?" "No," replied Jablonski. "Tell it to the others. And tell it so quietly that I won't hear you. It's a good joke, though." "You heard me, Chris." The interior of the bunker was comfortably furnished and had none of the forbidding, military sobriety that it radiated to the outside. But who wanted to live between gray concrete walls? The large room they had entered first was carpeted in the back. Comfortable sofas and armchairs stood around low tables. Dominic saw a foosball table, a ping-pong table and some pinball machines. To the right was a bright room where 2 women and 2 little girls were busy spreading plates, glasses and silverware on a large table. One of the girls paused and smiled over at Dominic. He responded with a wink. A staircase led up to a gallery so that the square main room could be circled. There was a kitchen where work was done. The crew's living quarters were also there. Some of the quarters were open, allowing a glimpse into the privacy of its occupants. A group of men and women leaned against the railing of the circulation. They looked down at Jablonski and the others. "How was the trip?" A blonde woman with 2 long braids who was smoking a cigarette wanted to know. "Smoking only in your own room," Dallas Jablonski snapped at the woman. "With the door closed and the window open. Or in the smoker's corner." He put his head back and called toward the kitchen, "Jess." A small, red-haired woman came out, just drying her hands on a towel. "I'm not the chaperone here. Why don't you give Mary a pat on the butt? Maybe she's just waiting for it." The blonde turned away to go to her room. "I'm already gone. No one goes through my house with dirty boots," the redhead continued in a commanding tone. "And off you go to the shower. That goes for you, too, Mike. I can smell you all the way up here." A tall, balding man sitting next to Dominic in the glider lowered his head. "Yes, Miss Jablonski." Dallas Jablonski cleared his throat. "You heard it, boys. Weapons on the shelf and off to the dressing room." Only then did Dominic notice the counter next to the entrance. In the alcove behind it, in front of a wall with a sizable arsenal of guns, sat a man staring boredly at his datapad. "Take out the magazines and bring in the guns," he mumbled casually. Chapter 9. Dominic was by now used to showering with so many men and women together and enduring the inevitable stupid remarks about various body parts and their size or operational capability. But here there were separate shower stalls. That was a pleasant change, and he showered extensively and for a long time. A lanky robot handed him some fresh clothes after he was done. He informed Dominic in a tinny voice that he would receive his own clothes back the next morning, freshly laundered. Dominic feared for the Akado's coin. "I own a coin. It means a lot to me." A flap opened under the robot's chest. Inside he found his ID, a credit card and the golden button of the Ulan Mestre. Hurriedly, Dominic took out his meager possessions and stuffed them into his pants and shirt pockets. "We're all waiting for you." called out to him Dallas Jablonski, who was seated at the head of the large table. The entire crew had gathered at the table, ready to begin dinner. Next to Ellena and Monica, there was one last free seat, where Dominic sat down. A portion of spaghetti was steaming on the plate. Next to it a cool glass of water and a glass of wine. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, and just as Dominic was about to ask what was keeping them from starting dinner, Dallas Jablonski stood up and started saying grace. Dominic had witnessed something like this maybe 2 or 3 times in his short life, when he was invited to dine with school friends. In his family, grace was not customary. Everyone repeated the Amen at the end of the short prayer and then wished each other a good appetite. Now that it's just us, Dallas Jablonski began, we'd like to know who we actually put our lives on the line for. Monica was the first to start talking about herself. Then Ellena told how she had come to the fleet, and finally it was Dominic's turn. One of your buddies is named Zyrus Koran, Jablonski said. You'll be happy to know he's alive. Where is he? In a secret place. Monica ventured a guess. On a pirate base, isn't it? That's right, Jablonski confirmed. He, Captain Perk, Roslyn and many others of the surviving crew are there. There is no question that they will ever return to Earth. But you 3, he pointed his fork at Dominic and his companions, are here. And you know the secrets of the fleet. You know of the fleet's connections to military circles, as do we. This knowledge makes us companions in the fight against dark forces. Dominic had to agree with him. They had that in common, but did that make them companions right away? Do you want us to join you? That would be great. But I have other plans. And what about the ladies? Monica and Ellena exchanged glances with each other. We want to go with Dominic, Monica explained. And meet his family. What do you think of my family? Not bad either. We have a lot to do, he continued. Exciting for young people like you. Especially if they have combat experience. Monica and Ellena gave no answer. Dominic, on the other hand, couldn't help himself. We've had enough of fighting, he said. Our experience in the fleet has been enough for us. That's understandable, of course, Jablonski admitted. But we fight for humanity. And we don't do it only when we're fighting the Fleds or other crazies. Our fight goes far beyond that. Dominic didn't really feel like talking about lofty goals and ideals. The past months had been too sobering to believe in them now. But he owed it to the man to listen. It was the least form of gratitude he could show for his rescue and that of the 2 women. There is still hope for humanity, Jablonski continued. Hope. Out there. He set aside the silverware and put his hands together as if to pray. With one finger, he pointed up. There shall be a refuge. A place of safety for us humans. We must do all we can to find it. A habitat? Dallas Jablonski smiled sympathetically. A habitat? He shook his head and leaned back. A world. Worlds, perhaps. Safe. Dominic did not like the word security at all. He was convinced that there was war in the galaxy. Why should the Milky Way be more peaceful than Earth, before the arrival of the aliens, who in turn had brought only terror and destruction here? I think such a place is a fantasy, Dominic asserted. A fairy tale. A friend of father's was there, Ramona replied, apparently thinking Dominic's words were a disrespect. In any case, a deep wrinkle of anger had formed on the girl's forehead and her brown eyes scowled at him. Where is this friend now? Asked Dominic. Jablonski was embarrassed by this question. We don't know that. But he sent a message to Blake. At that time, Blake was still an admiral. Nestor Archer, that's the man's name, was an officer under Blake. So was I at the time. The message was transmitted holographically. From a message capsule floating in space, addressed to Blake. It contained images and clips that Nestor had recorded. And he himself has not returned? This fact puzzled Dominic. No, Jablonski sighed. He sort of sent a message in a bottle. A message capsule that has traveled a tremendous distance in just a few years? How could that be possible? It's a mystery. I'll admit that. And why he himself hasn't returned puzzles me, too, of course. The 10 legacies play a role in this, said an older man sitting across from Dominic who bore a strong resemblance to the writer Mark Twain. He had long white hair, a goatee and alert, light blue eyes. You apparently make the rules in ASGAROON. Mike noticed Dominic's confusion and began to explain the terms the old man had so naturally thrown into the room. ASGAROON is the name of our galaxy. And the 10 legates rule over it. I don't think ruling is the right word, the old man interjected. You're just laying down the rules. You should know by now that I always choose my words carefully. Anyway. What you mean is rule. Not necessarily, the old man insisted. For all we know, they don't have armed forces and they don't have a political goal. I don't call that ruling. Dallas Jablonski took the floor again. Anyway, Archer has shown us that this world exists. And we have to do everything we can to get there. If there were coordinates, we'd have a chance. You know about the Bosca ship that is in Blake's hands? Asked Dominic. Yes, Jablonski confirmed. Where did you get this information? Dominic had to admit to himself that it filled him with pride to have done his part to capture them. I helped take them from the Boscu. We don't believe in show-offs and braggarts, the woman with the long braids nagged at Dominic. It came from Mars, he continued unapologetically. We found it in a loading station called a Berman. Roslyn and I captured it with a man who called himself Breast. He had a debt to pay off to Blake and took an opportunity to take it from us. The men and women looked at each other. The story seemed familiar to them, but surely they had heard a different version. If it wasn't for me, Breast would have literally run the ship into the sand, Dominic followed up. All well and good, Dallas Jablonski acknowledged. But right now, we can't make it fly. That is, not to interstellar flight. Something makes that impossible. Well, then we're just as helpless as before. No. Retorted Jablonski sharply. Another challenge and a hope. Dominic awoke early in the morning to find his freshly laundered clothes on the floor of his quarters. He slipped into them and left his room. The man who kept the weapons looked up from his datapad and greeted Dominic as he walked outside. It was dawn, and the rocky land lay in a bluish twilight. The stars still twinkled in the clear sky. The air was icy cold and little clouds formed in front of his mouth and nose as he breathed. The ground was heavily frozen and crunched under the soles of his boots. Dominic put his hands in the pockets of his jacket. Dallas Jablonski had also been drawn out into the open. He stood at the edge of a gently sloping hillside, at the foot of which stretched the ruins of Sedona. The wind whispered in the bare bushes that dotted the landscape picturesquely, standing here and there in larger groups. A few Joshua trees rose from the ground nearby. The strange cacti, with their spreading branches, looked like soldiers holding their arms aloft in surrender. Jablonski looked into the distance and smoked a cigarette with relish. It seemed as if he had been waiting for Dominic to exchange a few words with him undisturbed. There's one more thing that's been bothering me, he opened, without a word of greeting to Dominic, who had joined him. Dominic was curious to know what was troubling the man. He had his suspicions, after all, and was therefore not very surprised when he came to talk about the snoopers. You three were not attacked, Jablonski noted. Everyone else around you was tearing the monsters to pieces. And then the enormous number of critters. We saw them come across the plain and pour into the canyon. It was an impressive sight. We were thinking of calling off the rescue operation. But that might not have made any difference, Jablonski eyed Dominic urgently. We might as well have come back an hour later when it was all over, he paused again, paying close attention to Dominic's reaction. You had nothing to fear from those things. Why? You're asking me too much, Dominic replied. I can't quite explain it myself. But on our trip with the Zora, we had contact with Seabees. You know what Seabees are? Of course, Jablonski looked perplexed. What's so special about them? I don't know, Dominic raised his shoulders. But there was a lasting effect. Describe it. Dominic wanted to prevent Jablonski from questioning Monica or Ellena. He did not know how willingly they would give him information, because the subject had a certain intimacy. He did not know Jablonski well enough to gauge how he would react to a refusal. After all, Dominic also had his experiences with various inexplicable phenomena, even if not as intense as Monica and Ellena, or his brother Benjamin. From their stories, however, he had been able to gain a certain impression that he could describe to Jablonski. The incident pushed open a door, Dominic explained, aware of how poor words were to describe that state of affairs. One enters a space that allows a connection to be made between us and the snoopers. Snoop, Jablonski repeated the word thoughtfully. We don't have names for these things. They're not our primary target either. We haven't found them to be an immediate threat. In fact, we don't even have them on our list. There are too few of them. Occasionally we see one moving through the landscape. Sort of like a coyote or a cougar. That's why the sheer mass surprised me. My brother and his friends hunt the snoops, Dominic told him. They seem to be more present in the woods. There are a lot of them there. Could be. Dallas Jablonski enjoyed another puff, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and looked down on Sedona. Scattered lights burned in the houses. We focus on the real monsters. On those who have abandoned their humanity. I can use any man for this enterprise, especially if he has experience with the Fleds. We've given them a run for their money over the last few years. Took out their agents and the dealers to boot. They fear us, he pointed to the emblem on his jacket that Dominic had noticed early on. The Wild Bunch, the emblem showed the head of a bull with flames coming out of its nostrils. Like I said, it's an advantage to have your encounters with the Fleds behind you. For Dominic, this issue was settled. He had told Jablonski that he wanted to be with his family. And he wasn't thinking of rejoining a fighting force. There was, however, another matter that preoccupied him. I'd like to know how your friend came to be on this refuge world. What was his name again? Archer? Nestor Archer? I don't know everything about it, Jablonski admitted. His co-pilot has gone on record that they detected an Akato ship adrift. It was badly damaged. Nestor boarded it and suddenly it took off. Stupid. Jablonski flicked his cigarette away. He's certainly better off than the rest of humanity. He walked back to the bunker, which overlooked the entire plain. Dominic realized how conveniently laid out his location was. Should you change your mind and want to be useful, he said as he walked away, now you know where to find us. Chapter 10. Mike Coburg was the one Jablonski had chosen to fly the 3 former fleet soldiers to their destination. The flight took a long time, because Coburg preferred to fly at ground level instead of ascending in order to proceed at a higher speed. After all, the no-fly rule still prevailed. Although Dominic doubted that Jablonski's crew cared about such prohibitions, the pilot apparently had no desire to risk a confrontation with the authorities. Below them, the desert raced by. Canyons, valley plains, rocks, hills. And everywhere the traces of devastation, from crashes and the shelling of Akato and Kimon ships. Finally the land became greener. At first it was areas of low scrubland and meadows. But gradually isolated trees appeared, and finally forests stretched out in all directions. The glider was smaller than the model Jablonski had used to rescue them. Dominic suspected that a large arsenal of weapons and vehicles was hidden under the bunker. The Wild Bunch was superbly equipped and seemed to have the structure of a full-grown extended family. A patriarchal head, with the character of a good-natured bear. A matron who took pleasure in appearing sterner than she really was, and a gaggle of naughty children. These aspects would have made Dominic think whether it would not have been better to join the warlike family. Actually, you belong to the pirates, Dominic noted, sitting in his chair with the 2 women behind the pilot's seat. Definition thing, Mike returned. We're a free corps. Some see that as a problem. They count us as potential criminals. And I can't rule out the possibility that we're making a big mistake. We're in a constant gray area. But who wants to be the judge in this world gone mad? I've experienced it, Dominic replied. It wasn't pleasant. If the fleet gets you, it's going to look bad for you. Not necessarily, Mike sounded like someone who knew exactly what was going on and was pretty sure of himself. Unless we can be proven to have a connection to Blake, we're counted as a local vigilante group. We're protected by the constitutional amendment. We have no political agenda. We just care about our people and look out for them. Dominic accepted this attitude. It sounded good. But he distrusted men with automatic weapons and military equipment. That always carried the danger of abuse. One could quickly become what one vowed to fight. Towards noon, the landscape became more familiar. The steppe disappeared and vast forests spread out below them. They flew over the ruins of Rochest and finally the field surrounding the Porter's house. Dominic's pulse raced when he saw the typical North American house in the classic Boston house style. A house with a white wooden facade, a porch and a slate-colored roof. Close by was the large, ancient oak tree, with its thick, spreading branches. From one of them dangled the tire swing. A little further on, the large piece of debris from a Kemon ship, jutting out of the woods some distance behind the house, had changed the picture. Mike slowed the flight and let the glider touch down on the lawn in front of the house entrance. Dominic's father was the first to leave the house to see who came to visit them. Then followed his brother Ben, then his sisters and lastly his mother, with little Billy. "That's your clan?" asked Monica. "Totally cute." Ellena did not comment. Dominic turned to Mike. "If you want to get some rest?" The pilot made no move to shut down the engines. "Thanks, but I'll fly right back. My mom and sisters are pretty good cooks." "I'm sure you do," Mike commiserated. "But I want to be back for dinner." The family stood on the porch and on the steps leading up to it, as if posed for a group photo. "Nice to see you all again," Dominic opened. "Now, despite everything, I'll be home before October. I hope I'm not inconveniencing you." "Last time we saw you," Benjamin said, "the eyes of the whole world were on you. You cut a fine figure." Tammy, his older sister, who still had her blonde hair braided into many thin pigtails, folded her arms in front of her chest. "We were beginning to think you could get a job as an actor on the West Coast and never see you again. Except maybe in stupid commercials. Aren't you going to introduce us to your companions?" his father asked. Of course, Dominic cleared his throat. Monica Simmons. She was a gunner aboard the Zora. Ellena Green, also a gunner. "I owe them my life," he then introduced them to his parents and siblings. "Do you want to stay here with us?" wanted to know Dominic's mother, Carol. "If it's possible," replied Monica. "I mean, if it's not an inconvenience. We'd make ourselves useful, too." "Of course it's an inconvenience," Carol said, unusually sternly. "What can you do?" Dominic's father raised his hand placatingly. "We'll find something to keep them busy." "We'll only stay as long as it takes, ma'am," Ellena sounded a bit sobered. Dominic's father made a welcoming gesture. "We won't worry about that right now. Sit in the kitchen and tell us a little about your time with Dominic." "Most of it, after all, has already been bandied about in the trial," Carol commented on George's words. "I have no desire to hear it again." "I don't care what version they both want to tell us," she followed her daughters, who had gone into the kitchen to prepare something to eat for Dominic and his companions. Benjamin walked down the porch steps and hugged Dominic. Then he turned to the two women. "Don't hold it against my mother," he apologized for them. "The last few weeks have not been easy for her. Basically, she's been going through hard times since our general here decided to teach the invaders a lesson." Monica smiled broadly. "I can understand her. You don't like to lose a gold piece like that." Benjamin gave his brother a penetrating and ambiguous look. "You have some things to tell me tonight." "There's nothing to tell," Dominic grated sourly as they walked into the house. By the time summer came, Monica and Ellena had integrated well into the family. The two women lived together in a guest room and helped wherever possible in the household or in the fields. Monica, in particular, proved to be a great help when it came to heavier work. She seemed to take great pleasure in field work. Ellena, on the other hand, preferred to help in the kitchen and in cleaning and maintaining the big house. Even Carol, who still found it difficult to accept the strange women under her roof, had to admit that they proved to be very useful. There was one thing, however, that his parents could not get used to. It was bad enough that Benjamin often met with his friends to hunt the strays in the woods. But since Monica and Ellena were there, he found himself drawn out into the woods more and more often. If anything, the two women seemed to fuel this need in Dominic's older brother. Since Dominic's room was next to theirs, he often had the opportunity to watch the two of them as they stepped out onto the balcony at night and gazed silently into the distance. It was kind of eerie when they stood there in their nightgowns, or sometimes stark naked, watching for the dangerous creatures. Monica usually stood motionless, like a statue. But Ellena often wriggled in those strange dance movements he had seen her do in the worshipper's temple. It was a warm summer night in July when Ellena came into Dominic's room. Her shirt was all she had on. She stripped it off and crawled naked under the thin sheet to Dominic. It wasn't the first time they made love. In the past few months that they had spent together at the Porter's house, they had grown closer. But it was only in the last few days that it had turned into a love affair. Dominic's mother suspected something. So far she hadn't said anything about it, but he knew she wouldn't be happy about it. For Dominic, the whole thing came as a great surprise, since he had believed that Monica and Ellena were also sexually attracted to each other and that at least Ellena had no interest in men. Possibly his mother also harbored this suspicion, causing her to view the two women, and Ellena in particular, with suspicion. However, as Ellena assured him, her familiarity with Monica resulted from her experience with the Seabees and the spiritual consonance they had shared ever since. Monica had made no secret of her sympathy for Benjamin from the beginning, which had led to various disputes between her and Dion Wigand. Ellena had remained distant all this time and had only recently decided to abandon her reticence towards Dominic. Ellena was wild and passionate when she joined Dominic. He could not remember ever having had such an intense experience with a woman. Not that there had been many. But there had been occasions, but none had been nearly so stirring. After the lovemaking was over and Dominic lay exhausted under her, Ellena looked deep into his eyes. "They're here," she breathed mysteriously. "You sense them, too." Dominic wasn't sure what she meant at first. But gradually something dawned on his consciousness. Something had been there and had intensified his feelings many times over while he was enjoying himself with Ellena. "The snoopers," he noted. "How can that be?" "They've been looking for me," she explained, "since our experience with the worshippers." Dominic sat up. "How close are they?" "Get over yourself," Ellena soothed. "Further away than you think." "Can you locate them more precisely?" She rolled to the side laughing. "I'm not a meter. I can't tell you for sure. But I think they're in the woods north of here. If you want me to commit, I'd guess 10 to 15 miles. Dominic began to feel uncomfortable. "You could stop them or control them?" Ellena didn't seem sure. "They didn't attack us last time." "But you have doubts?" "We don't know them," she replied. "Who knows what's going on in their heads?" "And you came to tell me that." Also, she gave Dominic a seductive look. "I didn't want to be alone with this feeling anymore." "We have to look and be sure." Dominic was overcome with fear. He had initially been apprehensive about letting Ellena and Monica go hunting with his brother. Subliminally, he had feared exactly what had now come to pass. Benjamin welcomed Dominic's plan and was happy to take his brother and the two women hunting again. Dominic's mother was not happy about this. Actually, she was never happy when Benjamin or Dominic hunted for the snoops. But that morning she was especially worried. She gave Dominic and Ellena an ambiguous look. Inevitably, he wondered if Carol knew about him and Ellena. He chided himself for being a fool. Of course his mother suspected. If anyone, it was her. But had she changed her mind? Did she now see the young woman with different eyes? Take care, Carol said, genuine concern resonating in her voice. Come back soon. Benjamin was in good spirits, as usual. Don't worry. I'm on it. After packing everything into the SUV for their hunting trip, they left for the north. The day was already unusually hot and it was pleasant to get into the shade under the trees. As usual, they met with the Greenham brothers, Tom Wilkins and Dion Wygand, at their camp in the woods. Since Monica had shown up, the relationship between Benjamin and Dion had cooled noticeably and it had not improved again. Trevor Greenham took off his cap and rubbed his bald head. It's a bigger deal, isn't it? From what Ellena says, Benjamin replied, this place should be crawling with strays. We haven't seen any, Dion said, but we all realize they're here. That makes me a little concerned. Why? Wanted Dominic to know. It looks like she did not complete the sentence. You have respect for Ellie, Dominic said, but Ellena shook her head. Benjamin didn't seem to have any qualms about it. Then we'll just track them down and teach them a lesson to keep a little more distance from our little farm. They spent the whole day looking for the strays, but without success. Monica suspected that the creatures were hiding in caves. Ellena noted that she had the impression that the creatures were retreating further north. I get the impression they're running from you, Benjamin insisted. If we have the opportunity to drive them ahead of us, all the way to the North Pole, I think we should do it. Dominic wanted to hear Elena's opinion on the matter. What do you think? Hard to say what the reason is, she replied, but at least they seem to be avoiding us. After all, we would have run into one or two of them by now. We could use the old interstate, Tom Wilkins suggested. That goes north in a straight line. If we head east through the woods, we'll run right into it. Ellena seemed to have increasing misgivings. We'd better turn back. The whole thing gives me the creeps. I agree with her, and Monica wiped the sweat from her brow. Something's different. Benjamin could do nothing with her words. What's different? Are they telling each other jokes? Are they making fun of us? No, Ellena objected vigorously. It's a kind of tension. That's all I can say about it. For a moment, Dominic thought Ellena had managed to sow enough doubt to convince the others to call off the hunt. Tom Wilkins made a suggestion, how about we head north by midnight? There's the Snakeback Ridge. It's a good vantage point. We can spend the night there. I've been wanting to use the night vision equipment for a long time, added Fred Greenham. We also have an advantage with these things. I keep wondering why we don't hunt exclusively at night. Benjamin put it to a vote and all except Dominic, Ellena and Monica were in favor of continuing north until midnight. Chapter 11. The interstate highway was barely recognizable as a road anymore. Thistles and dandelions had pushed their way through the cracked asphalt. Longer sections were overgrown with fresh green grass. Now and then, blackberry or raspberry bushes bent over the old road. The roots of young trees that grew along the swath the highway cut through the forest arched the pavement upward at its edges. From their elevated vantage point in the truck bed, Dominic and Ellena could also detect all the smells of the surrounding area. There was the smell of flowers, of wild herbs. The tangy scent of resin was over everything. Butterflies fluttered through the air and the buzzing of countless bees could be heard loud and strong. Dominic wondered if it was due to his altered senses that he perceived these impressions so intensely. Or whether it was simply because he had seen too many desolate stretches of land in recent years and this peaceful idyll simply overwhelmed him. Ellena smiled and pressed a kiss on his cheek. It was rare that Ellena smiled. Most of the time she seemed serious, absent and lost in thought. Benjamin had no view of the beauty of this moment. He did everything he could to move forward as quickly as possible, stepping on the gas and thundering away over the potholed road. On his way, he crushed bushes and small trees. Grasses and ferns were uprooted and flew through the air behind the car. The Greenham brothers, in the car behind them, turned the PA system up to full power and blared the lyrics to a dark metal song. At the place Tom Wilkins had spoken of was an old roadhouse, with a large observation deck. There were chairs and tables on the terrace, with tall grasses and some bushes growing between them. Dominic got off the back of the pickup and strolled wearily to the edge of the patio. The rest of the group also left the vehicles and swarmed out in all directions. Ellena followed Dominic and took his hand. East of them, where the Great Lakes lay, the top of an Ocado tower rose above the horizon. Countless lights glowed in it. Landing fires flashed in the long, bright fingers of light, of glaring searchlights scanned over the land surrounding the tower. A battleship was just descending to dock. "I wonder if they'll ever get out of here?" asked Ellena with a sigh. Dominic thought that was rather unlikely. "It looks more like they're making themselves at home here. If that's the case, I hope they clean this place up, too. No matter what happened, the Earth and humanity would be left maimed." Even as Dominic pondered this, the guns on Ocado Tower began to fire. Bright beams of energy chased across the sky and met a Kimon claw descending from the stars directly above them. The vehicle's engines roared to life, and Benjamin yelled excitedly, "Everybody over here! Over here!" Dominic and Ellena ran back to the cars and jumped back into the bed of the pickup. They stared up into the air, silent, watching as the Kimon spaceship approached. It was huge, Dominic noted. Bigger than anything he had seen from the Kimon before. Many salvos fizzled on the ship's shields, but some shots went through, and debris rained down into the woods. Tom Wilkins fired a shot. "Our friends are here." At the first moment, no one knew what he meant. But the next moment he fired another shot and one of the strays went down. It was one of hundreds that were just coming up the road. "There's more," Trevor Greenham shouted, firing among the trees that lined the road and rest area. "How many are there?" Trevor's younger brother, who had put on his night vision goggles, was at a loss for words. With his mouth open, he looked around in all directions. More shots were fired. "Don't!" yelled Ellena. "Don't fire." Monica, meanwhile, had climbed into the truck bed with her and Dominic and grabbed his right hand. Not a second later, Dominic found himself once again in that strange limbo he had entered several years ago after seeking confrontation with one of the snoopers. This time, however, Dominic saw no images. Everything was black and gloomy. He felt as if he were standing in a raging river. The ice-cold water flowed around him with irrepressible force. He felt the eddies on his arms and legs. A pressure that weighed on his chest and a suction that tugged at his back. He felt blows as if he were being scourged with thorny whips. A roar filled his ears as if a tornado were sweeping over him. The impressions were too much for him. Just when Dominic thought he was losing his mind, the nightmare was over. But the scene that met his eyes was much worse than the nightmare he had just escaped. The sky was littered with Ocado and Kimon spaceships engaged in a battle of immense proportions. The explosions turned night into day, bathing everything in a flickering red light. An Ocado battleship was hit by many volleys and broke apart. A shower of debris then fell over the land. Far off to the southwest, Dominic saw a Kimon blade hit the ground. The horizon lit up as if it had caught fire. A formation of Ocado ships advanced. Broadside after broadside was fired, and many energy projectiles found their targets. The thunder of thousands and thousands of detonations had become a single deafening hum that sounded like the roar of massive engines. The air vibrated and the ground shook. There, where the Porter's house must have been, blazed a sea of flames, into which glowing wreckage was incessantly smashing, like meteors. That's when Dominic realized that his brother was holding him. His knees felt weak, and if Benjamin had not held him, he would have collapsed. "Back among the living?" asked Benjamin, carefully letting go of his brother. Dominic sat down on the loading area where Ellena was lying. She was shaking and unconscious. Her head was in Monica's lap, who gently stroked her cheeks. Dominic was stunned. What happened? First the strays came out of the woods, Benjamin reported. They all ran past us. It was a massive herd. And they were headed there. He pointed north, and when Dominic turned his head, he saw the huge Kimon ship they had flown over earlier. It had landed in a good 100 kilometers and was now just a burning wreck, with more projectiles hitting it incessantly. Then came the Akados, Benjamin continued. And more Kimon. How long was I out? About half an hour. Tom Wilkins hurried up. We should get out of here, he said in his calm and determined way, as if the whole world wasn't on fire right now. It hasn't rained for a long time. The wood is dry. As long as nothing's burning yet, we've got a chance to get out of here in one piece. Yeah, we're getting out of here, Benjamin agreed, jumping off the back of the truck. You three going to be okay? Monica nodded and put her water bottle to Ellena's lips. We'll be fine, Dominic replied wanly. But his gaze fell on the plain to the south, where there was nothing left but fire and destruction. He held out little hope that his parents, his sisters, and little Billy had managed to escape the inferno. Chapter 12. A wind of embers swept over the treetops. It drove swirls of dust and sparks across the asphalt of the road on which they were driving toward the devastated land. Plumes of smoke swirled across the gloomy sky, and although it was already noon, the sunlight did not penetrate to the ground. The omnipresent smell of burning irritated the nose and eyes. There was little use in tying cloths over one's mouth as the acrid smoke condensed more and threatened to smother the entire area beneath it. There was little point in squeezing into the cab with Benjamin and closing the vents to protect themselves from the smoke and stench. Visibility was visibly deteriorating, and soon the red lights of the car ahead of them were barely visible. All the while, Monica did nothing but get on Benjamin's nerves, telling him not to drive too close. She was tense and kept chewing on her lower lip. Finally, the brake lights glowed on and the Greenham brothers, who were driving at the front of the motorcade, stopped their car. The radio crackled and Tom Wilkins' voice could be heard, who was with them. There's no point in going any further, he coughed. We have to turn back. The whole forest is on fire. The smoke alone will kill us. The air should be better higher up than in the valley. The road branches west at the old rest stop and goes up to Providence Pass. It's a lot higher than Snakeback. It's quite a bit to drive, though. Benjamin didn't think twice. There's a ski hotel there, too, if I remember correctly. The Providence Ridge. If it's still standing at all, Tom Wilkins pointed out. But the plateau is the highest point within 500 miles. And no forest around it to burn down. Dominic didn't like being further away from his family in this situation, who surely needed his help. There's no time to lose, he returned. I want to know what happened. We're not going to turn back. Benjamin paid no attention to Dominic. You're right, Tom. We'll turn back and wait. Wait and see. Dominic became beside himself. You saw what hell those strangers turned the country into. And there's no use going to hell, he turned the vehicle around. We're not putting ourselves in danger, too. It's no use. Ellena put her hand on Dominic's arm. Let it go, she soothed. There's nothing we can do now but get to safety. Anything else would be suicide. Dominic couldn't fight it, but tears came to his eyes and shortly after they drew bright streaks on his black cheeks. Helplessness was something he could not simply accept. He had joined the fleet to take the reins of action and to never have to watch again. But by now he realized that there was nothing he could do about his situation. Everything had developed in a way over which he had no influence. Whether he wanted to or not. He was firmly convinced that his life would change radically starting today. This day would be a turning point. More serious than all other strokes of fate, which he had had to accept so far. The drive took an eternity. After leaving the old rest stop behind, they drove for another 3 hours or so along a winding road until they passed the tree line. Finally, the cloud cover cleared and it gradually became lighter. In a few places the blue sky shone through and the air was normal to breathe again. Dominic opened the window and let the breeze in to blow the last of the smoke out of the cabin. He looked out and could see the black blanket of smoke stretching across the plain from east to west, like a dark ocean. At this sight, conflicting and bitter feelings rose in him. He wished he had a ship like the one Jablonski and his wild bunch were using. The man had done everything right to protect his family. Should Dominic return and find his family unharmed, he would do everything he could to live up to Jablonski's example. "There's the Providence Hotel," Benjamin said, pointing to a large building that stood at the end of the road that now ran dead straight toward it. It rose above a bluff to the north of the ridge and was surrounded on the other sides by scree fields from which the masts of ski lifts jutted. "It doesn't look as damaged as Tom said." Ellena took her pistol out of its holster and cast a casual glance at the energy display. "Then we should be careful." Benjamin seemed skeptical. "It looks uninhabited to me." "That can be deceiving," Dominic opined. "The last time I thought everything was fine, the whole ship blew up in my face." Benjamin stopped the car, got out and looked at the house through his binoculars. The others also left their vehicles to stretch their legs and enjoy the clear air. Tom Wilkins had his rifle at the ready and was peering through the scope. "At least the hotel is still there," Benjamin remarked. "At least we'd have a roof over our heads." "Looks uninhabited." "Have my doubts about that." "Yes. There's an oil-powered generator there. On the north side. It's still running and giving off heat." "It's not like we have to get in touch with them," Monica pointed out. "Let's just stay out here. It's not like we're going to be here long." Tom Wilkins made his way over. "I'll go knock." "You should hold him back, Ben," Monica admonished. "I'm not his boss," returned Benjamin angrily, apparently growing tired of Monica's advice and objections. "He's older than I am." Dominic had a question burning on the tip of his tongue to ask Ellena. "Are there any snoopers around?" She shook her head. "No," she said, a little irritated. "It hasn't been this quiet in a long time." The group watched intently as Tom Wilkins circled the large building, only to reappear after a while in front of the entrance. He went through the wide door and disappeared into the house. Finally, he returned and waved his friends over. The lobby was dusty and neglected, except for one area, near a large picture window, through which one could look south. Here a few sofas were arranged and on a low table stood glasses and bottles with all kinds of alcoholic beverages. It was easy to see that someone had set up an observation post here. From here, one could overlook the entire slope, which was dotted with the masts of the ski lifts. The parking lot in front of the hotel and the road were also clearly visible, as was the western part of the ridge. The north side of the ridge dropped steeply and was not easily climbed. Whoever lived here was used to being careful. All the more surprising that Dominic and his friends had managed to penetrate here. The Greenham brothers, meanwhile, were making their way around the bar. Ben joined them and examined the assortment of bottles on the shelf behind the counter. "You're not serious?" complained Dominic. "It's still broad daylight." "There are no set times for that," Trevor Greenham returned. "Except for you fine pea," Dion added, grabbing a glass from the cupboard. Dominic had gotten into the habit of drinking only occasionally. Only on special occasions, or when alcohol went with the food. Especially in the current situation, he'd rather they all stayed sober. "I'm just saying," he said somewhat helplessly. "It's not like we know who lives here or when they'll be back." Benjamin joined his friends and examined some of the bottles Trevor had placed on the counter. Tom Wilkins dropped down on one of the sofas, looking out at the gray rocks. "You're right, boy. A couple of us ought to keep our heads clear." Dominic was interested in what conclusions Tom had come to regarding the hotel and its occupants. "What do you think? Who lives here? And how many?" Tom put the rifle across his knees. "One, or more likely two. There's only one room heated," he pointed behind him with his thumb. "The room next to the front desk. There's 2 beds in there. Clothes and boots in various sizes. 2 toothbrushes. Where did the people go?" I don't know everything either, Tom confessed. But be prepared for them to come back tonight at the latest. They'll see that someone has set up shop here. And I'm assuming they're going to be armed. Tom nodded. If guns are involved, we should take alcohol out of the equation. Ellena sat down next to Dominic and leaned against him. Her fingers played with his hair, which hung long and straggly down his neck. Let them have their fun, she said. A little nip might do you good, too. You're far too tense. Evening came and nothing happened. There was still no sign of the hotel's residents, and in the meantime the mood among Dominic's friends relaxed. Only Tom Wilkins was still serious and concentrated. His face was rigid and motionless, like a face in a totem pole. Dominic, too, was trying hard not to be infected by the relaxed atmosphere and was alternately peering out the window at the rocks or through the entryway onto the street. By now, the sun was setting. The light was golden and so glaring that the marble on the floor and walls began to shine. The ocean of smoke, which was very visible from up here, glowed a dirty red. Dominic tried not to think about his parents and siblings, who had to find their way around the burned plane. They were certainly still alive, he told himself. His father was an experienced soldier and had always done the right thing, made the right decisions. He would know how to protect his family. Ellena spoke little. She obviously enjoyed being near Dominic, snuggling up to him and talking as little as possible. Sometimes he wondered if it was possible for her to read his mind. He had asked her about it once, but she hadn't answered directly. Thoughts have a sound, she claimed, not words. Possibly she was listening to a symphony his neurons were composing. He would like to know what she sounded like. Judging by how he was feeling right now, it couldn't be a very pleasant melody Ellena was listening to. However, he liked having her with him and not indulging in endless chatter with her until they ran out of things to talk about. They understood each other without words and often only by small gestures or glances. The conversation at the bar, on the other hand, got louder from time to time. Especially when Dion and Monica forgot their restraint and gave vent to their mutual dislike. The Greenham brothers were amused by the two women's bickering, which became more heated the more Dion and Monica drank. Benjamin did nothing to defend either of them. On the contrary, it seemed to be fun for him to goad one and the other. It was a miracle that it had not yet come to a final outburst of rage. But Benjamin knew how to smooth the waters quickly and delay this moment as long as possible. Suddenly Tom Wilkins raised his rifle, which had been lying over his knees until then, and took the safety off. Dominic followed his gaze and Ellena had also awakened from her slumber to see what had caught Tom's attention. He stood up and peered through the scope, over to the end of the boulder field. Are we going to have visitors? Asked Dominic, but Tom Wilkins didn't get a chance to answer him. Dominic heard a sharp bang, then the gaunt man toppled forward unconscious. He crashed onto the low table, its glass top shattering. Dominic followed an instinct and rolled off the couch, pulling Ellena with him. Two shots whipped overhead and something banged against the wall with a bright clang. In the next instant, Monica collapsed to the floor, unconscious, and Trevor Greenham also slumped like a wet sack. Benjamin sought shelter behind the counter. Dion tried to hide behind an armchair when she was hit and her body went limp. Dominic saw a man coming from the direction of the corridor where the rooms of the lower floor were located. He held a peculiar rifle in his hands and gradually came closer while peering over the barrel of the gun. The next moment, the large picture window shattered. Another shot whipped through the lobby, hitting Benjamin as he briefly broke cover. Ellena, lying behind the sofa, managed to fire a short volley at the attacker, who then pressed himself against the wall, seeking shelter. Ho, ho, ho! He shouted. Take it easy. Dominic crawled across the ground, took his pistol out of its holster, and managed to find cover behind a pillar. Do you have him in your sights? He asked Ellena, looking outside where he could see the second shooter who had come out from between some rocks. Yes, she replied, just let him venture out, and I'll punch him in the face. I see the other guy, he informed his girlfriend, directing his further words to the man in the corridor. She's a hell of a shot, he called out. Think carefully about what you want to do. The man replied with an amused undertone. As you can see, kid, my hit rate isn't bad either. He spoke some unintelligible words into his collar microphone to contact his partner. I guess you'd call that a stalemate, Dominic ventured to conclude, but the stranger just laughed. Not at all, the man cleared his throat. I'm well protected here, and you're a good target. If my buddy decides to use his launcher, tipped with Wasp missiles, you won't stand a chance. Those little things. We know what they can do, Dominic interrupted. Comrades? Fleet. Formerly. Added Ellen. The man struck a more conciliatory tone. Then what are we still discussing? We shouldn't be bashing each other's heads in. Dominic looked at Tom Wilkins lying among the broken glass. They started it. Your buddies aren't dead, the man explained. They'll be up soon. It might as well have been a lie, but Tom Wilkins was moving. I'm coming for you now, the stranger called out. So take your finger off the trigger, okay? He showed himself and then slowly approached. Dominic took his eyes off the gunman outside for a moment to watch the man cross the lobby in small strides. It was an older man, with a bushy auburn beard, streaked here and there with gray strands. He wore a peaked cap with the emblem of a well-known speedball team, a red and white plaid lumberjack shirt made of thermal fabric, and black pants with many pockets. Damp forest soil stuck to his brown military boots. With his hunter's vest, he was dressed similarly to Tom Wilkins and also looked like one of those country people Dominic's father so despised. Everything about him looked familiar, except for the peculiar rifle whose muzzle he was now pointing upward. We'd have every reason to be pissed, he growled. Break in here and drink our bar dry. And I don't even know your names. Dominic hesitantly put his pistol back into its holster. Ellena reluctantly followed his example and fixed her counterpart with an alert gaze. My name is Dominic Porter, he began, Ellena Green, my girlfriend. The man with the rifle is Tom Wilkins. The woman there in front of them is Dionne Wigand. Behind the bar you'll find the Greenham brothers, Trevor and Fred, Monica Simmons and my brother Ben. The man put his gun on the counter and poured himself a brandy. My name is Raymond Davis. My buddy out there is named Pavel Skorsky. The gun on the bar continued to banish Dominic's attention, which was not lost on Davis. All in good time, the man said. I want to know about you guys first. I need more than just your names. Skorsky stepped through the front door. He resembled Davis in stature and style of dress. He also had a bushy beard and held a peculiar rifle in his hands. It was not as stocky as Davis's gun and had a longer barrel. What kind of people are these? Skorsky creaked. He wasn't holding his rifle, but the muzzle was pointing in Dominic's direction. I'm about to find out, Raymond Davis replied, eyeing Dominic long and hard, downing a sip or two of his brandy. Are you all part of the troupe? Dominic shook his head. No. Just me, Ellena and Monica. Greenhorns. Skorsky laughed softly. Even though the house is on a hillside, that doesn't mean there aren't any sneak peeks. Tell me a little bit, Davis prompted. Why and when did you join the fleet? While their friends gradually regained consciousness, Dominic and Ellena recounted their motives for pursuing a career in the military. Or how the group came together and what their relationships were. They learned little about Davis and Skorsky, however. Only the ranks they held in the fleet and that they had long ago left the ranks of the military. What are those guns? Wanted to know, posing the question that was also burning on Benjamin's tongue. Well, what do you think? Replied Skorsky, finally coming closer. He sat down on one of the bar stools. What do they look like? Dominic already knew a Kimon weapon. At least a single model. But the weapons of the two men looked different. They had flowing shapes and were more suited to the Akatos. However, they were not big enough. If the Akatos already raised their children to be warriors, it could be their weapons. But how had they gotten these things? If they had tangled with the aliens, they would all be in great danger now. I hope you don't have problems with the Ikados, Dominic remarked. Davis swirled his glass. Quite the opposite. I think that's enough talking, Skorsky grumbled. The question is, what do we do with you? You want to stay the night, I suppose, Davis concluded. Until you can get back down to the plains, Benjamin said. But we don't want to waste any time either. Deliver your weapons first, Davis ordered. Then you can stay as long as you want. Trevor Greenham didn't like that. I don't like standing there without pants. This is our turf, Skorsky barked. Our rules. That you have nothing to fear, you should have noticed, added Davis. After all the experiences of the last months, Dominic was not so sure about this claim. But he didn't intend to make trouble either. I'm spending the night in the car by choice, Tom Wilkins grumbled, rubbing the spot on his neck where the tiny tranquilizer dart had hit him. And take my gun with me. Skorsky laid into him. Missing. Davis put on a regretful face. By precinct, I mean everything here within firing range. Tom hesitated and looked around at his friends. Davis set down his glass and put his hand on the strange weapon. Don't bother, Benjamin placated. We've been stupid, and these are the terms now. Tom Wilkins conceded defeat and leaned his rifle against the counter. I'll be going, then. I'll come with you and look at their vehicles, Skorsky said. I think I saw a gun carriage there. Mounted on the bed of the pickup. Could carry a heavy weapon, Benjamin confirmed Skorsky's guess. A railgun. With a ton of impact per square inch, per shot at a range of 300 meters. Don't want to know where you got that. Not hard to get in these times. Davis sighed. Give us the car keys. We'll keep their traveling arsenal in the garage. When Skorsky finished securing the carts in the garage, he returned with a big grin. I wonder what you're going to do with the guns? Are you guys part of the militia? Dominic hastened to deny this. The militias were often nothing more than armed gangs. Meanwhile, he also didn't doubt that many of them were connected to the Fleds or other riffraff. No. We hunt snoopers. Strays, Ben added. You mean the skelks? Davis stared into his glass. Have you had any experiences, too? After a brief pause, he looked around and tapped his temple. Of course you have. How can I ask? What else drives you out into the wilderness? At that moment he had the attention of his unwanted guests. Skelks? Repeated Dominic. Did you make up that name? No, Skorsky interjected. That's their name in the Ikados language. When the Kimon pronounce it, it sounds like KLCSSS. Is that what the Ikados told them? Davis nodded. Yes. That and many other things. But that's too private to discuss with strangers. I also tell it only because we have the same experiences. With the fleet and the skelks, Dominic would have liked to know more. Not about the fleet. He had had enough of that topic. But apparently the two had spent time with the horseheads, and that was another matter entirely. Maybe they had been traveling with them. Possibly even traveled with them to the stars. Rumor had it that the Ikados took people into their service. At this thought, he felt the golden button in his breast pocket. He felt it through the rough fabric of his shirt. It was an invitation. A beckoning from fate. Or maybe just the temptation to do another stupid thing. These thoughts led Dominic to other questions. Why were Davis and Skorsky back here now, for example? Were they on home leave? Or had they deserted? What are the skelks doing with our minds? Asked Dominic instead. Davis pondered for a while. No one can say for sure. Even the Ikados only have guesses. Quantum linkage, or something, they call it. Quantum entanglement. Corrected Skorsky. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's not. Skorsky made it clear that he was very particular about the exact terms. Entanglements allow for more possibilities. Entanglements implement only limited variables. With entanglement, the quantum information is not bound. It is directed to infinity. That's what I think is more likely when I analyze my experience. Davis seemed to be listening with only half an ear. The Akatos say that the Skelks are scouting the land. But you can come up with that on your own. He leaned forward and looked Dominic firmly in the eye. The exciting thing is what happens when they die. They rot like all other organic creatures, Dion noted. Don't give me that the strays are revenants or zombies. Davis didn't seem to find her remark amusing. They decay, he agreed. Decay like all dead creatures. Their molecules merge into the matter of the planet, as is the case with any body that disintegrates. Only certain information remains. They stick to the molecules they are linked to. He looked over at Skorsky. In that case, I may say it after all. Linked. Right? Skorsky nodded in agreement. And the Skelks provide the Kimon with a perfect picture of the terrain, he continued to explain. Better than any map. By dying, the Skelks are even more useful than when they roam the land alive. A Kimon can connect to the information that permeates the Earth's soil and in this way perceive everything that surrounds it. Benjamin must have had some problems with this revelation. That would mean we help the Kimon with every kill? He braced his hands on the counter and looked shocked. Davis nodded. If you killed them with normal weapons, yes, he stroked his rifle. These babies here, they destroy the Skelk's ability to store information. Or prevent them from impregnating anything after they die. Dominic had already drawn his conclusions. You hunt the strays? We make sure that our hideout and the surrounding area remain a blind spot in the Kimon's consciousness. Davis certainly noticed that Dominic had a few more questions on his mind, but he didn't feel like answering them. I'm going to hit the hay. Skorsky sat down in an armchair. In the shadow of his peaked cap, his eyes glittered sullenly. I'm watching out for our guests. Come relieve me in 5 hours. Ben shook his head. You still don't trust us? Davis looked at him with incredulous amazement. Of course not, he said. And we hope you'll leave us tomorrow and go your separate ways. Trevor Greenham finished his glass and slammed it down on the table. Nothing I'd rather do. Chapter 13. The group made themselves as comfortable as possible in the lobby. The seating was reasonably clean and in such good condition that it was easy to fall asleep on it. Dominic looked out the window at the dirty red glow of the fire flickering under the carpet of smoke on the plain. Restlessness and worry took possession of him again. He almost felt sick because of the tension. This was not changed by Ellena's closeness, who lay quietly beside him and pressed herself against him. A pair of soggy blankets that smelled of mustiness were the only comfort Davis allowed them. Dominic felt nauseous from the smell emanating from the blanket, but his friends didn't seem to have any problems with it. The quiet, steady breathing indicated that they had all fallen asleep while he stared out into the night, filled with worry. The bluish glow of a portable cold light lamp illuminated the room like pale moonlight. Skorsky was still sitting in his chair, watching the scene suspiciously. You should always be willing to give things up as lost, he muttered somberly. There is a time to find and a time to lose something. A time to keep, a time to throw away. You should never give up, Dominic countered defiantly. Then you're a fool. And you probably still think that's noble and idealistic. Dominic had to admit it. That would have been his answer. This world is doomed, Skorsky continued, as if talking to himself. No hope. Only destruction. Then why did you come back? Skorsky did not respond. You two were with the Akatos, am I right? After a few seconds, Skorsky nodded. If they came back even though you think the Earth is lost, I don't see anything reasonable in that. It depends on how you look at it, the bearded man replied tonelessly. You have to ask yourself where you belong. And this is, after all, our homeland. We must be allowed to die with it. Dominic was beginning to get fed up with nutcases driven by their bleak death wish. Be it the worshippers they had so narrowly escaped, or melancholics, like Skorsky and Davis. There must be some hope, he insisted defiantly. That's a stupid legend, Skorsky growled. There is no refuge, no matter what they tell you. Dominic's attention was caught, but he preferred not to answer. Skorsky was in a talking mood and he didn't want to interrupt him. The Aponi are said to have a planet where refugees from all worlds can find sanctuary. He looked into the distance. Above the sea of smoke and fumes, the sky was clear. Quite a few stars twinkled there. But whatever it is not our home. It is a place in a foreign land. For all those who come from here, it will be a place of despair. Being alive is not the main thing. The question is what the life you fled to looks like. Skorsky then went into a monologue of philosophical reflections, which he proclaimed like dogmas that tolerated no contradiction. Their common tenor was the fatalistic view that humanity had met its end and it was better to submit to this fate without lamenting. "Where is this world?" asked Dominic, having come to the conclusion that he could draw no more useful information from Skorsky's lecture. "I talk too much." The man then fell silent and did not speak another word until Davis came to relieve him. Davis was a bit more talkative and told Dominic that he had joined the Akados years ago. The aliens decided to give some humans a chance to prove themselves as fighters among them. There were only a few, 4,000 or 5,000. He got to know some embattled planets, but none of the civilized worlds. All just gray battlefields, he reported. Wastes of rubble, full of suffering and horror. "But there are these worlds, aren't there?" probed Dominic. "Great cultures and civilizations. They're not going to let us humans go there. I saw pictures. Visions, of fantastic places and cities. Beautiful, incredible images. From the Skelks." Davis laughed. "Impossible." "It was something else." Dominic stroked Ellena's hair. "What do you know about the Seabees?" "What's there to know about them?" He waved it off. "Fireflies. St. Elmo's fire. There are algae in the ocean that fluoresce. But I don't worry much about that." What did they actually do for the Akados? It was obvious to Raymond Davis that he was not comfortable with this topic. Nevertheless, he showed himself willing to reveal a few details. "We humans have a special perception. We sense the Skelks. That makes us useful in finding Kimon hideouts and bases. Our disadvantage, however, is that we are very fragile. We cause trouble when we get hit. The Akados are much more robust and can take a beating." At that point, Davis broke off the conversation and stopped answering Dominic's questions. To all appearances, the Akados saw no reason to care too much about their human scouts if it meant effort. The bitter undertone in his voice suggested this. "Did they run into the snoopers, too, last night?" wanted Dominic to know. "Yes," Davis replied. "That's why we were late and you were able to nestle in here. Seems like the Kimon are in trouble." "Possibly." It was not difficult for Dominic to see that the old soldier had lost all illusions and dreams. He managed to start a conversation once again, but as he tried to steer the conversation more and more in the direction of refuge, Davis began to become more monosyllabic. The silence and reluctance to talk about the subject, however, only made Dominic more curious and strengthened his conviction that sanctuary was not a figment of his imagination, as Skorsky claimed. There was no point in questioning Davis further, however. He did not answer any more and instead sank into his musings. At some point Dominic fell asleep. A short sleep on a short summer night. The sun shone through the windows, once again bathing the lobby in its golden light. Tom Wilkins was outside doing some kind of gymnastic exercise. Dominic heard the hum of engines and the voices of his brother and the Greenham brothers. Ellena was still asleep at his side and awoke when he moved. Davis and Skorsky stood at the entrance watching their guests. Dominic stood up and walked to the two men. Skorsky still had his rifle with him. However, he was no longer pointing it at Dominic or any of his friends. He had shouldered it and was watching the scene suspiciously. Davis apologized for his lack of talk. "I'm just trying to avoid putting fluff in anyone's head." "Fluff?" Dominic was able to reassure him. "I put those in my own head. I just would have liked more certainty." Davis seemed equally curious and alarmed. Certainty? About what? Dominic took out the button of the Akado and Skorsky took a step closer. The gold piece sparkled and shone in the morning sun. Did you steal that from an Akado? Wanted Pavel Skorsky to know. It's a gift, Dominic explained. There's a promise attached to it. Davis's mind stiffened. What are you going to do? You think I want to stay here? He pocketed the button again. The only thing that could keep me here is my family. But I have little hope that, Dominic couldn't complete the sentence. The idea that his family, except for his brother, could be dead almost took his mind away. You don't know what you're getting into, Raymond Davis grabbed Dominic by the shoulders. You're in for a bigger nightmare than this. Dominic squirmed out of his grip. It's a nightmare to be at the mercy. I'm tired of just reacting while the world shatters around me. Skorsky suddenly seemed compassionate and understanding. You shouldn't do that. There is no peace among the stars. No paradise. Just more tears and despair. You've done everything so far to give me that impression. Dominic left the two men alone and went out to join his friends. Benjamin looked at the gray sea of smoke and fumes, through his binoculars. What do you think? Wanted Dominic to know. Can we get going? He shook his head. The fires have weakened a bit. That's all. We'll have to stay here another night. But not with Davis and Skorsky. We should try to settle in at the lookout. Yeah, let's try that. It didn't escape Dominic's notice that Skorsky and Davis were engaged in animated but silent discussion. Behind the tinted windows, he could see Skorsky gesticulating wildly. His plan to join the Akados seemed to be causing a stir among the two hermits. Why, he wondered. Dominic was a stranger. They couldn't care less what happened to him. Benjamin set down the binoculars. Now we just have to get our carts back. Davis exited the building and approached Dominic and Benjamin with quick steps. I think it's foolish to drive into burning country, he began. Stay another night. Ben showed surprise. Where did this change of mind come from? We had to be sure who we were dealing with first, he claimed, and Dominic knew he was lying. You can have your carts and weapons back. Ben hesitated. You wouldn't get far anyway, he reassured with a nod down the valley. We've acquired some supplies that we've gathered from around the area. Let's accept their offer, Dominic urged. He realized that he was going to get some information now after all, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Come on. The rest stop has a broken roof. If it rains, it's going to be uncomfortable. Didn't even notice, Benjamin eyed Davis and glanced at Skorsky. All right. Before they beat me up, I'll accept your hospitality. Davis nodded. Makes more sense. With that, he headed back to the hotel. He's a changed man, Benjamin wondered. Must be my charm. The day passed slowly and Dominic was bored, since Davis and Skorsky initially made no effort to talk to him about his plans. And he had no doubt that this was the reason why the group could stay another night. Tom Wilkins, the Greenhams, and Dion decided to hunt in the deeper woods and returned that evening with 2 rabbits they had killed. Ben and Monica used the time to disassemble and clean the weapons they carried in their vehicles. Ellena had been restless, and not in a chatty mood all day. Together they strolled silently across the boulder field. Sometimes she didn't seem to hear what Dominic was saying and casually replied with a breathed yes or a nod of her head. With her glances, she searched the surroundings. When it got too silly for Dominic, he asked her directly what was on her mind. It's their absence, she explained after a moment's hesitation. The snoopers. They're gone. I don't feel them anymore. All year they were always kind of present, like a background noise. It wasn't unpleasant, and now it's gone. It's so quiet. Just don't lose my mind now, Dominic remarked lightly. Otherwise, I'll catch one and put it on a leash for you. Then you can have him with you all the time, like a puppy. The serious look Ellena then gave him sent a shiver down his spine. She looked at him as if she was annoyed by his frivolous words. He was all the more surprised by her words. That might not be a bad idea. She turned her face away and looked thoughtfully at the horizon. Would be very sweet of you. Dominic had almost expected this answer. The moment he made the suggestion to her, he had realized that he had made a mistake. It should have been clear to him that his suggestion would fall on fertile ground with Ellena. She was brave, experimental, and adventurous. Why should this idea be absurd in her eyes? Forget it, he put his hands on his hips. I'll be damned. Then I'll catch one myself. You won't. Are we married? Dominic was embarrassed. Far from wanting to patronize her, he merely had concerns. Strictly speaking, it was pure fear. The idea was whimsical, but if she had withdrawal symptoms, also a conceivable solution. That would be stupid and dangerous, he added somewhat helplessly. I beg to differ, she insisted, or what do you think happened night before last? That doesn't have to mean anything, Dominic objected. They had other orders than to attack us. If we had any part in our rescue, I'm sure it wasn't very big. You know I'm right. He had to admit defeat. There was some truth in her assessment. Still, he would not tolerate a snoop near him, near her. We are not married. Ellena did not look at him, but again gazed into the distance, a smile playing around the corners of her mouth. She was in the process of making plans. Dominic could see directly how the thoughts were taking shape in her mind. We have other problems now, Dominic deflected, than looking for snoopers. Ellena looked absent-minded. I get it. Haven't forgotten. When evening came, the group had settled into the lobby. The plain black sleeping bags and ISO mattresses that were part of their permanent luggage looked completely out of place among the expensive poster furniture. As darkness fell, the blue glow of the cold light lamp once again illuminated the room. The mood was still too tense for the group to indulge in casual conversation. Benjamin also became more silent. His protective cocoon of sarcasm and apparent indifference was disintegrating. He appeared vulnerable and brooding. It was honest, but unhelpful. Dominic wished Ben would return to his self-assured, partly hurtful manner. Dominic would gladly put up with the latter if useful suggestions came out of it. Sometimes it was good to have a big brother behind whom one could find protection. Since their conversation in the evening, Ellena had kept to herself, withdrawn into her world of thoughts. She had pulled a sofa up to the window, then crawled into her sleeping bag and stared silently out into the night. Tom Wilkins had had a few words of encouragement for Dominic, reassuring him. Women have that sometimes, he explained, telling Dominic nothing new. It'll go away, Dominic, however, doubted it. It was not a whim with her, nor was it one of the usual mood swings. Ellena was uncomplicated. The relationship with her pleasant and, except for a few insignificant problems, without difficulties. Tom told about his family and that he and his wife often quarreled. But we needed that, he continued to explain, taking a pleasurable drag on one of the cigarettes he had gotten from Skorsky. Too much harmony can be monotonous. We couldn't have stood it. Stephanie and I were too contrary and never held back with our opinions. It did drive the kids out of the house early, but so what? Kids leave their parents. Better sooner than later. Life is made up of goodbyes. It's always a question of how to get them right. Goodbyes shouldn't have a stale aftertaste. Tom Wilkins left open whether that had been the case when he said goodbye to his children. He also spared Dominic the account of the loss of his wife, who had perished when a Kimon ship had come down over Jackson, Tennessee. He had lost sight of his children. This uncertainty sometimes got to him, but he didn't talk about it much. He was not a talker and much of what he said was useful. Especially what he had said about goodbyes. It was approaching midnight when he finally decided to stop bothering Dominic and go to sleep. After that, it wasn't long before Davis took the opportunity to talk to Dominic. He had expected it and was not surprised. Davis had 2 glasses with him, in which amber-colored brandy glistened. He handed Dominic one of them. Given yesterday's situation, he initially wanted to decline, but why play the aggrieved? Besides, he was too interested in learning what Davis and Skorsky had experienced at the Akados. Davis sat down in the armchair where he had been sitting the night before and thought for a while about what to say. "You are about to commit a great stupidity," he began in a low and insistent voice. "You will be disappointed if you join the aliens." "What do you care?" Dominic ventured a guess. "Do you have a debt to pay off by trying to save me?" Raymond Davis froze for a brief moment. Whatever guilt was weighing on his conscience, Dominic had guessed correctly. There was no pure philanthropy behind his efforts. He intended only to save his salvation. Davis allowed himself a sip. "My reasons are my business." "For me, it's not irrelevant," Dominic countered. "Not everyone who has good motives necessarily does the right thing. You may be holding me back from happiness for personal reasons. Reasons that may seem altruistic to them, but really aren't." "Possibly," Davis admitted. "But that's the way it is. If you think you're to blame for anything because someone died because of you, that's the way it is in war." Before he knew it, Dominic had stooped to this hackneyed phrase, "better not thrown at an experienced soldier." He immediately regretted it. Today was obviously a day for putting people before their heads. Dominic could literally feel how much his words had hit him, but Davis swallowed his anger. He managed an indulgent smile. "I sent soldiers to their deaths," he said in response. "But I have no problem with that. Others were also willing to send me to my death, so there's a balance there. And you're right. Good intentions don't always guarantee doing the right thing. But I know the Akados will send us into the fire without worrying too much about what happens to us." "You said you were with the fleet." "I became a soldier 20 years ago. And before you ask, I left the service 8 years ago. I went straight to answering the Akados' call when I heard about it." "Why didn't they stay with our fleet? Why did you get out?" Dominic didn't want to say anything about it. The matter with the Fleds occupied him too much and he felt no urge to bring it up. "You have secrets, too," Davis said. "A person without damage, in these times, should make you skeptical." "What do you want, anyway?" wanted Dominic to know. "What is the reason for your lecture?" "Don't throw your life away," Davis replied. "This is home. Even if it perishes. Earth is our home. Or do you want to be buried somewhere on a meaningless dust ball in the middle of nowhere? I don't care relatively what kind of ground they bury me in. You'll think differently when you face death. I already have, and that doesn't change the way I look at it." "You can still live here and not have to salute anyone," Davis countered. "Even if it's difficult. But up there, among the stars, you'll find a quick and meaningless death. You are a human being. Live for your brothers, here. That's the only thing worth fighting for." Now would be the right time to tell about the Fleds. And how willingly mankind delivered itself to the knife. He had learned in the meantime that behind the scenes completely different laws prevailed. His family was the only reason to stay here and to live with this fact. "I will not leave Earth if I find my parents and my siblings again. Then we'll help you do that if it means saving someone from misfortune." "What's the deal with this refuge?" Dominic still wanted to know. "A fairy tale," Davis made every effort to appear convincing. "What for?" Dominic wondered what was the point of spreading such a lie. "To cause people like you to join the Akados. And that's exactly what we want to prevent. I had another invitation." He tapped against his breast pocket. Skorsky, who had only been listening the whole time, stepped closer. "How did it actually come about?" "I saved an Akado's life," Dominic declared, not without pride. "He is a leader. A prince. His name is Ulan Mestre." Skorsky and Davis looked at each other. "I think it changes my position. I certainly don't have to start at the bottom," Dominic noted. He assumed that the two of them knew the Akado prince. Davis set his glass down on the armrest and leaned forward. "How did you get that?" "My secret." "Why are you interested in that?" "I thought you had finished with the horseheads." I don't know of anyone who has ever spoken to an Akado whose rank, beyond that of a sergeant, has been a good one. Meaning? Possibilities. Davis's answer came quickly, showing that he had already rushed ahead with his thoughts. Skorsky grumbled sullenly. Damn. We got a bloody nose and decided to stop chasing castles in the air. And to end our lives on the dying earth, Davis added laconically. Dominic couldn't help but notice the dismissive undertone in his words, and realized that a fire was flaring in his counterpart's eyes. He seemed to see through Dominic and observe a vision taking shape in his mind. Skorsky's mood deteriorated. We had agreed. He found it hard to keep his composure. His voice rolled over. New facts just came up, Davis said without taking his eyes off Dominic. Skorsky seemed to have no more weapons to use against this argument and, except for an annoyed sigh, did not utter a sound afterwards. We'll think about this new situation, Davis declared, standing up. Tomorrow we will make a decision. Dominic didn't know what to make of it. A decision? About what? Davis smiled inscrutably. Whether you want us to talk you out of joining Mistray's troops. Or whether we should accompany you. Chapter 14. It was still dark when Dominic awoke and went outside. Several fires were still blazing on the plain. They glowed as dirty red spots under the smoke that still covered the land, but there were clearly fewer than at the beginning of the catastrophe. While he was looking thoughtfully and worriedly at the scene, Ellena came up to him. She made a serious, almost angry impression on him. Is something wrong? He inquired. I still can't feel the sniffers. She looked around in all directions. They've been driven out of this area. Dominic felt no urge to talk to her about the skelks. I have other things to worry about than these monsters. I need to find my family, in the midst of this chaos. Ellena spoke her thought without considering Dominic's feelings. With the sniffers, I'm sure we could find them. He thought he had misheard. You're not serious. Does it sound like I'm joking? Dominic felt uncomfortable at her change in tone. What makes you think that? Because of our conversation yesterday? Yes, I've thought about it. If we had a skelk, we could take advantage of it. Dominic did not want to know anything about it, although he had to admit that Ellena's considerations could not be completely dismissed. Especially after he had learned why the Akados, under certain circumstances, were willing to cooperate with the humans. Or should he say, took advantage of the humans, if he believed Davis's words. But why should that surprise him? Humans in general were not a model of selflessness either. Why should the Akados be any different? I think we can venture into the plains tomorrow, Dominic said to change the subject. The fire seemed to have diminished. Dion kept trying to contact someone on the radio, Ellena shared. But nobody's answering. No one down there in the midst of the destruction, anyway. What are you saying? That we have to start a new life. Ellena spoke the words as if their content were a minor matter. At least we should consider that. Dominic was annoyed by how naturally she talked about it. Ellena noticed the change in the way he looked at her. You were often homesick when we were traveling, weren't you? That was true. Homesickness was always a major problem when he was on the road. He was not an adventurer. He had been a soldier who had his work to do and was looking forward to his vacation. An adventurer didn't need that. It will be hard for you, Ellena continued, and her words were cutting and cold. No matter what comes next or what you decide to do. You're not the type to walk into the unknown and burn all your bridges behind you. I know that. I know you too well. It's going to be hard for you. Dominic silently accepted their arguments. What could he say? She was right. She knew him better than he knew himself. You talk as if my family were dead, was his reply, evasive, reproachful. She glanced down into the valley and said nothing. She let a few seconds pass until she addressed Dominic. The fleet is an adventure on safe ground, she said. You get your pay, you have leave, and you always have reinforcements at your back. Granted, on the Zora it was different. That was an adventure, but it was also the exception. And after that, we were fed up. Nevertheless, Monica and I are looking for adventure. Our story is not one of being down to earth. We don't have a family. We don't mind going into the unknown. But I'm not sure about you. Dominic didn't like it when someone started lecturing. Why the lecture? You want to go to the Ikados? Dominic had not yet made up his mind. I told you that I want to find my family. Everything depends on that. What's going to keep me here? What am I here to fight for? For a society that is rotten to the core? Ellena made no reply to this. Why should she? She had said everything and expressed that she had little hope that Dominic's parents and his younger siblings were still alive. If he had already made his plans and she had no role in them, she too would have to make a decision. Dominic had not even considered this aspect. He had been too busy with his fears and considerations. Providence Ridge, Ellena whispered. Do you know what that means? Dominic didn't understand why she was interested in this right now. Providence. God directs. He preserves us and directs our steps. And ridge? Pass. A separation. Now that's remarkable. Dominic's perplexity grew. First the nonsense with the snoopers and now a pun, with a fateful undertone. Was Ellena about to lose her mind? Do you believe in omens? Premonitions and the like? Dominic wondered why she could even ask. She had to know that he didn't think much of supernatural frills. I do, Ellena said. She didn't wait for his answer. You have to have a sense of it. Be willing to open your senses. If you're not capable of that, you go through the world with only one eye. Or with only one ear. And you are ready to follow destiny. The mockery in his words was unmistakable. Yes, I am. Dominic was stunned. How could she say such stupid things? I don't need a clue like that. But I did, she confessed. When I learned the name, I prepared myself for a change. I knew about your decision even before you did. It didn't surprise me. When you talked to Davis, I knew what your path would be. And the path of Davis and his buddy, too. Fate has decided all of us here. I will comply. Just like you already did without knowing it. It took all Dominic's strength not to shake his head in bewilderment. Have you ever thought about the meaning of your name? She continued. Porter. Someone who opens doors for others, or helps travelers carry their burdens. And Dominic. As far as I know, that's someone who takes care of a household. She searched for a movement in his face. Dominic was so dismayed by her speculations that it should not be difficult for her to guess his thoughts. My brother's name is Porter, too, he objected. And he's guaranteed not to open a door for anyone. You don't know that. Her conversational tone took on an angry hue. What she said was right. How dare he make such a statement? It was due to the indignation he felt in the face of this conversation. He abhorred baseless theses and pointless discussions. He was a person who definitely believed in God. But only because he considered it probable. To believe in something that lacked any basis was something he could not comprehend. Dominic looked at the lettering with the name above the roof of the hotel. It stood out black against the sky. We always had to make decisions, Dominic waved it off. Even without there being any indication. He expected Ellena to contradict eloquently, as the religious or esoteric cranks always did when one did not agree with them. But Ellena remained calm. She obviously didn't care what he thought. This is where we part ways, she said matter-of-factly, as if commenting on the weather or some other triviality. Not yet, but from now on everything will be different. The next morning brought a surprise. Davis and Skorsky had gotten ready to travel and were setting up in the back of Benjamin's truck for departure. Dominic didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy about this. On the one hand, they were experienced soldiers who could no doubt be useful. On the other hand, he knew them too little to trust them. As it looked, they really wanted to accompany him to the Ikados. Would the aliens accept the two men again? Dominic was not sure. If they expected him to put them in a better position with the horseheads, it would be better if they reconsidered. He had no idea where they might take him if he presented the coin of Ulan Mestre to join the Akado's armada. He saved comment as he joined Ben, Monica, and Ellena in the cab. "Now we've made some new friends," Benjamin said, starting the engine. "At least they paid decently for the seats." To confirm, he pulled a whiskey bottle from the compartment between the driver and passenger seats. The soft clink that could be heard suggested that Benjamin's haul was considerably more than just a single bottle. The journey continued through the burnt forests at the foot of the mountain range. That alone was a depressing sight, but it got really bad when they reached the plain, which now resembled a dug-up and burned field. The road disappeared under mountains of thrown-up earth and rocks. With the off-road vehicles, they meandered along high crater walls or cross-charred land. Familiar place marks, such as houses, villages, or trees, no longer existed. Here and there a fire still smoldered. Plumes of smoke rose to the sky, where the sun was gradually reappearing. Veils of gray smoke wafted across the black ground. Benjamin watched the monitor with the GPS data. "We are now almost," he did not complete the sentence. "Home," Dominic almost said, but he didn't dare say the word. His heart was pounding so hard that it was almost painful. Ellena held his hand. Her mind was rigid and unmoving as she looked out over the devastated land. The young woman had not spoken a word since they crossed the plain. As the coordinates on the monitor approached 0, Benjamin stopped the car and got out. The others followed silently. Dominic felt the heat under the soles of his boots, as if the land were glowing under the dark layer of ash. Skorsky pushed the toe of his boot into the hot dust that covered the ground. Small gray clouds flew up into the air and were blown away by the wind, which blew warm and dry over the land. "I went to Iceland once," Skorsky said. "Looks the same here." He cleared his throat and spat. "Nothing survived here." Dominic would have liked to punch the man in the face. Did he think he hadn't already noticed that himself? There was no reason to underline this fact with a superfluous comment. Ellena let go of Dominic's hand and walked a short distance across the desolate plain. Her footprints traced Elena's path as a bright line from which ash swirls rose and faded. The group dispersed to a closer radius around the vehicles. In the face of the vast destruction that stretched in all directions, it was not surprising that everyone tried to cope with this impression alone. Dominic had often observed during the many years of war that in some situations people found the proximity of other people uncomfortable. It was no different now. It was hard to describe what exactly he felt. Possibly it was a deep sadness that dominated all feelings in him, pushing them aside until nothing remained but a dull emptiness that crushed every other sensation. At least it kept him from running around like a madman, screaming his pain to the heavens. Dominic tried to find traces of the house where he had spent the summer days of his childhood and the last months, together with Ellena. But where it had once stood, all that gaped was a shallow funnel twice the size of a soccer field. It looked like the imprint of a huge, circular stamp. There was no bulging edge, just a huge, pan-shaped depression. Unmistakably the impact of an energy weapon that could melt the ground into glass and vaporize all life near it. Raymond Davis stayed with Dominic, who was literally speechless. "We shouldn't stay here," he remarked tonelessly. He looked over to the east, where the upper floors of the Akado Tower towered above the clouds into the sky. For the moment, he seemed uncertain. Dominic could tell by his eyes that he was doubting. As Dominic looked over at the huge building that stood on the horizon in the distance, Davis couldn't help but make a comment. It was more of a request than a statement. "With your invitation card, we have a real alternative," he said. "For all of us. I don't think anyone but me will go." Dominic was pretty sure he was right. By now, word had spread about the plan he was carrying, and so far no one managed to bring themselves to react. Maybe his companions didn't care. But he did not want to believe that. At the moment, they were probably more concerned with their own problems and feelings than with his. Davis didn't press him. "You're going to have to find your own way." Dominic remembered Elena's words. Her talk of fate and God's care. He glanced over at her. She was standing alone near a rock, watching a scene far to the south. At first Dominic hadn't noticed, but he saw an Akado ship and one of the Kimon. They were precariously close, but not engaged in combat. They collect their stuff, Skorsky noted. They always do. Valuable stuff that they don't want falling into people's hands. They don't care much about us. Just get in the way. Better to get out of the way when the salvage ships approach. I'm looking forward to the renewed company of the horseheads. It's going to be fun. The last sentence had been intended for Davis, with whom Skorsky had apparently had a rather tense relationship recently. Benjamin approached Dominic with long strides. Monica followed him at a short distance. So, he began, what's going to happen now? Dominic looked him firmly in the eye. You know that. You want to join those who did this? He made a sweeping gesture that included the whole country. I will not change my decision, Dominic insisted. I cursed the people who were on the ships and watched everything here get reduced to rubble. Skorsky felt compelled to say something. There were no people on those ships. How would you know? The Akados need our capabilities on other worlds, Skorsky explained. Worlds that are more important to them. Then get the hell out of there, Benjamin roared. Fight for the worlds that are more important than Earth. Dominic thought it would be good to tell Benjamin about the refuge. But Davis hurriedly put his hand on his shoulder and held him back with it. We think it is necessary to watch the Akados, the man said. Benjamin laughed bitterly and eyed his brother with a snide grin. Look at him, my little brother. He took a step or two back, gestured theatrically, and indicated a bow to Dominic. An idealist, through and through. A master of feudal pursuits. Experience with our fleet was not enough for him. The reformer failed, but of course that doesn't diminish his enthusiasm. Perhaps this apostle will have more success with the horseheads. They will think a great deal of having someone watching their backs and giving them good advice. What's your plan, then? Sharply retorted Dominic. Do you even have a plan? Survive. He reared up in front of his brother. Being useful. Be useful to the people. But you want to be the big hero. An egoist you are. Constantly on the run. A dreamer who shirks his immediate responsibilities. Monica took Benjamin's hand to calm him down, but he broke away and started cursing and screaming. He vented his anger at everything and everyone, and it took him a long time to calm down. He fixed Dominic with a twinkling gaze. His index finger pointed at his younger brother's chest like the blade of a dagger. Father always favored you. Constantly praised your ambition. Your ambition. Dominic was embarrassed that his brother was airing this problem in front of all his friends. Whatever pain he felt, it was a private, family matter. Now if he knew how you just went the distance, Benjamin's mind, in addition to anger and rage, betrayed contempt and disappointment. He thrust his fists into his hips and licked his dry lips. I wish he were here and could see you now. He would see who you really are. Would see it, your cowardice. For the first time, he understood that one could also hate a brother. He was close to punching him in the face. If he were here, I'd have other plans. Plans. Benjamin was about to lose his composure again. You should hear yourself talk. Can you just do what's expected of you for once, instead of being full of selfish plans? So you can look at yourself in the mirror as a shining grail knight bringing salvation to the people. Davis had been right. It was better not to mention anything about the refuge. At least not in this situation. It would only make things worse. But whether Dominic wanted to or not, it was indeed his intention to find out the truth and bring some hope to the people. But he was afraid of failing, of being disappointed and having to prove his brother right that he was an incorrigible dreamer. We shouldn't argue now, Monica said sympathetically. Nobody can get out of their skin. We should accept that. Very reasonable, Skorsky agreed. There are always challenges. And reasons we don't understand. Dominic looked over at Ellena. She must have overheard the argument, as did everyone else, but she had not reacted to it. Motionless, she stood there like a statue and looked into the distance. Providence Ridge, Dominic reflected. Ellena had been right in trying to interpret her surroundings and look for hidden information. At least, he was willing to believe it at the moment. Fate, or whoever, gave clues that needed to be heeded so that one didn't lose one's footing when things changed. Chapter 15. The group decided to drive east through the devastated countryside to get Dominic to his destination. A desolate trip through a landscape of dust and ash. Never before had Dominic seen such destruction. There was nothing to indicate that there had ever been human habitation here. It was like a salvation when they finally discovered some ruins and a road coming to light under the charred ground. They followed its course until they finally encountered abandoned settlements and villages. The land became green again and soon the road led past fields and through intact forests. The harsh smell of ash and smoke gave way to the scent of flowers and fresh grass. The tower, which the Akado ships flew around and docked, was already so close that details could be made out. The enormous thing, which rose a good 30 kilometers into the air, was reminiscent of a rotting tree stump, with cracked bark. It could have been mistaken for an abandoned relic of the Akado culture, were it not for the countless lights shining in the floors and stories of the building. Here, the density of settlement increased again. At first, there were only isolated houses and farms, to the left and right of the road. Later they drove through settlements and soon housing containers and tents crowded the roadside. Benjamin didn't feel like driving any further. The crowd scared him, Dominic could see that. And if he was honest, he felt the same way. He had every reason to, when he thought back to past experiences. Benjamin stopped the vehicle and left the engine running. He hesitated, but Dominic knew what he wanted to say. "We'll get out here," he said, and Benjamin opened the door. He got out, folded the seat forward and let Dominic out. Davis and Skorsky climbed off the truck bed. "So," Benjamin began. "Here we are." He looked embarrassed, and Dominic knew that he already bitterly regretted his angry outburst the day before. In addition to his embarrassment, Dominic also noticed concern that overcame his brother, given the many people around them, from which also emanated an underlying threat. Dominic couldn't find the words for their parting. Thinking back, he had never been able to reel off appropriate formulas for such moments as others could. It had always seemed too forced, too bumpy, so he didn't do it. They looked at each other, shook hands, and hugged briefly. The others wished him well and got back into their vehicles. Ellena didn't bother with a long farewell speech either. They kissed briefly and dispassionately, then she climbed into the cab with Benjamin and Monica. The heavy car turned, accelerated, and drove down the straight road until, after what felt like an eternity, it was out of sight. "Let's get going, then," Davis said, and set off, following the course of the road eastward. The vegetation became sparser as they progressed, giving way to crude dwellings composed of cargo containers, transport vehicles, and constructs made of rubble and wreckage. The closer they got to the tower, the more the settlement that had formed around its foundation resembled a musty, smelly juggernaut where you could literally smell the violence and criminality that filled it. The tower itself towered over the scene, like a massive, looming memorial. Its sheer size was oppressive and terrifying. Dominic was so close to it now that he had to crane his head far back if he wanted to see its top floors. Dominic wondered how they were going to get in there at all. The way he assessed people by now, they would have a hard time even getting near him without having to pay for it. "How did you manage to get in there?" he asked Davis. The man rummaged around in the inside pocket of his vest. "It was easy back then," he explained. "In the old days, no one would dare get that close to one of the towers until people realized that you were relatively safe around it." "Now what?" And now, he took out a metal tube, which he slipped to Dominic, and it tinkled softly. "You'd better not come here empty-handed. For that matter, the same goes for all future paths we have yet to travel. Don't lose my gift." "What's in there?" "A pony tears." Dominic opened the twist cap of the tube and could not suppress an astonished gasp when he saw the iridescent contents. "Are those diamonds?" he asked incredulously. The very best quality, Davis replied. For the smallest of them, you can afford a handsome glider. If we manage to reach our goal, there will be more of them. Dominic didn't know how many of these diamonds were inside. But there had to be hundreds, judging by the rattle it made when he shook it. He felt dizzy at the thought of the value he was carrying around right now. It was clear to him that the payment was not only for the avocados, but also to serve as a toll. That criminal gangs shared the territory here was an obvious assumption. He could have figured it out on his own. Like everywhere else, people were the biggest danger to watch out for. And it was not likely that they would refrain from capitalizing on the situation here. Dominic, however, had two advantages. His new companions, with their wealth of experience, and his newfound view of reality. It pained him, but he had lost his illusions. The temperatures rose quite tremendously until early afternoon. An extremely hot summer day. The city of tin and steel heated up under the sun, and the cracked asphalt under Dominic's boots seemed to burn. At least it had the advantage that hardly any people were moving on the streets and in the alleys and were not bothered. Apart from the transport drivers who kept offering their services in their windy vehicles, no one approached them. Skorsky explained to Dominic that it was better not to respond to their offers. Often they would take their passengers to places completely different from the ones they were supposed to, in order to rob them or worse. How do you know that? Wanted Dominic to know. I thought you were interstellar. We've been to Earth many times, Skorsky said. To pick up raw materials, or... We know these settlements, Davis intervened. No matter what continent, they're the same, and it's better if we move quickly. When it's dark, I don't want to still be on the roads here. And where can you stay? There are inns, like everywhere. There you can trade and exchange news. But you always have to be careful there, of course. Their progress was slow, and they had to take breaks again and again. As evening gradually fell, more people took to the streets. The traffic increased and, in addition to the many electric vehicles, one or the other vehicle pushed its way through the crowd that was powered by an internal combustion engine. Most of them were adventurous constructs that did not belong to any known series and seemed to come from a 20th century museum. As evening came, countless lamps were lit. Mainly bioluminescent lights, but also several lanterns in which candles flickered or lanterns in which oil was burned. There were cookshops where people were crowding and bars where some guests were already gathering. Music blasted noisily from countless loudspeakers, its different styles mingling into a single confused tapestry of sound. Folk, jazz, neo-jazz, rock, pop, pure wave and synthoslider wave. In between the shrill sounds of Chinese trad and the yell-out, or Muslim cry. The spicy smells from the kitchens and restaurants, underlaid with the exhaust fumes of the old engines, penetrated Dominic's nose. Dominic noticed a boy who had been following them for several minutes. He was watching them, but didn't seem to dare to approach Dominic and his companions. Did you notice him? Asked Dominic Davis to us Skorsky. Sure, Davis replied. He's definitely trying to make a deal. What kind of business? Let's ask, then you won't have to worry your head. Davis spun around and addressed the boy. What do you want? The boy was about 14 or 15 years old and smiled kindly at Davis. His bright blue eyes sparkled. His narrow face possessed a shrewd expression. You want to go to the tower? Davis did not answer. It's right, isn't it? Davis was unwilling to give him any information. How do you know that? We want to trade. The boy came a little closer. You are not the first to come here to join the avocados. And you don't look like merchants. At least, you don't look like you have your goods with you. Davis hooked his thumbs in his belt. Now what? Now I'm going to take you there. Dominic watched the scene and how his two new friends exchanged glances. The boy seemed to be alone. In any case, Dominic had not noticed anyone else who could belong to him. However, it was not so easy to tell in the increasing crowd on the street. If someone moved skillfully, he could disappear in the crowd. You don't do that for free, Davis continued. You better not do anything for free around here. The boy's words sounded sober and detached. What's your offer? Most of the entrances to the tower are controlled by gangs, the boy explained. It happens all the time that people get everything taken from them without getting anywhere afterwards. Or they just disappear altogether. Dominic had no doubt that the Fleds also maintained a branch here. There was hardly a better place. Here, people wouldn't ask if someone disappeared. Besides, surely most of those who wanted to go to the Akados were people who had burned all bridges behind them. If they disappeared, there would be no one to mourn them. I can take you to the gates, which are safe, the boy appeased. Davis was still skeptical. Why should we trust you? The boy raised his shoulders. You don't have to, he replied. I can get easier customers. He turned away and surely would have disappeared quickly into the throng had Skorsky not held him back. It's okay, he said. What's your name? I'm Pete, the boy replied. Fast Pete. Skorsky introduced himself, Davis and Dominic. What's your price? I'm a humble person, Pete replied somewhat precociously. Give me what you have. It's enough for me if it gets me through the next day. Davis turned away, pulling the tube from the inside pocket of his vest. With difficulty, he fished out a tiny diamond, barely visible between his thumb and forefinger. It sparkled all the more extraordinarily, however, indicating a special cut. Davis waved Pete closer and dropped the gemstone into the boy's palm. He seemed to know the value of the diamond. His eyes widened for a moment in amazement before he regained his composure and put on an indifferent expression so as not to draw too much attention to himself. One more when we go through the gate. Davis tucked the tube back into his vest. Is that good? After a while, Pete found his voice again. With this, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Pete was very talkative and carefree. He told a lot about his life here in Thin Town or Garbage City, as he called the settlement. He chatted a lot and little by little Davis, Skorsky and Dominic shared some details of their lives. Not much, but soon he had learned that they all had combat experience and had served in the fleet. Pete told that he wanted to be a soldier, but Dominic advised him against it. Davis and Skorsky also had reasons to talk him out of that kind of career, but the boy seemed ambitious and was undeterred in defending his dream. Eventually, you gave up trying to talk him out of it. Chapter 16. The area immediately in front of the Akado Towers was called the district. Here the houses were built higher and more complex, but looked no less shabby and run down than the buildings they had seen before. Narrow alleys led between the walls of the houses toward the gates. Large, armored locks, in a high wall that surrounded the foundation of the tower. The entrances to the alleys were guarded by armed men who wore black battle suits and would not let anyone pass. Dominic doubted they could get past them without losing all their assets to the sinister fellows. Are there any other entrances? Dominic wanted to know from Pete. The blue-eyed boy nodded eagerly. Of course. But this one is guarded by the saviors. Meaning? That you will be brought before the boss with your request, and he will decide what you have to pay to be let through. Sounds very simple, Skorsky objected. Well, Pete sounded embarrassed. Crooks they all are. Even the saviors. But with them at least there are still principles. Everyone else has no qualms about taking everything from people and then, he ran his index finger over his throat. But in the end, it all depends on whether your noses suit the boss or not. Davis's mind betrayed his tension. And where do we find the savior's boss? Is he down there, by the gate? Pete almost laughed and grinned sheepishly. They know how to live well. Maintain certain other businesses. Skorsky grunted contemptuously. I could have thought of that myself. That's where you can meet them. Davis didn't like that, as you could tell from his voice. Can't we meet somewhere else? Pete didn't have to think long. No. I wouldn't know. Dominic didn't know what to make of it. He had assumed that they would simply go to one of the passages, be frisked by the guards, and then pass through the airlock. But actually, he could have guessed that this idea was too simple. Davis obviously wasn't going to waste his time. "All right," he said with suppressed annoyance. "I guess that's the way it'll have to be." Dominic was moving too fast. "Where are we going?" he objected. "What's the boss's name?" "His name is," began Pete, raising his shoulders apologetically. "Judge Roy. Judge Roy Bean. But I don't think that's his real name." Skorsky and Davis smirked. Dominic, too, couldn't help but draw a parallel to the ancient gunslinger about whom amusing and gruesome stories were told. Anyway, Old Bean was a whimsical figure from history, with whom everyone associated something different. Either a fighter for the right or a crazy supporter of lynching. Time had made the amusing of this person more prominent and had softened his cruelties. If the name had been given to him or he had bestowed it upon himself, it had been for the reason of characterizing him accordingly, of course. And Dominic did not cherish the hope of making acquaintance with a person who made him laugh. "We're going to the Gateway," Pete continued to explain. "That's where he does his business." They entered a building made mainly from the huge tank of a spaceship that had been cut in half. Other dwellings crowded up against the dome-shaped structure. Tin huts, containers, vehicles of all kinds that had finally ground to a halt on the spot and in which people lived. A tunnel led into the building, which had probably once belonged to a rocket. The bouncers were armed and didn't let just anyone in. But they seemed to know Pete and made room for him and his companions to enter. One of the guards preceded them and reeled off a text that he knew by heart and had probably recited down many times before. The further they came, the more his voice had to assert itself against the noise of booming music that pounded against them. "The boss doesn't like drugs in the Gateway," the fat guy explained, trailing a sour trail of sweat behind him. His greasy black hair was braided into a pigtail that dangled oily down his back. "No swearing and yelling, either. Women don't get touched. And certainly not the dancers. The boss doesn't like cheapskates, so be generous to the girls when they dance on you." They reached a large room. A dance floor rose in the center, where slender, naked women loll about under flashing strobe lights. Tables were arranged around the stage, where the guests of the Gateway were seated. They were mainly drinking. Talked or devoted themselves to some games. Between them crowded the people who had not found seats. They moved to the rhythm of the music or stood close together and were engrossed in conversations, which, depending on the alcohol already consumed, were sometimes louder or quieter. "Deposit weapons and backpacks here," the black-haired one pointed to the right, where there was a counter where a man and a woman were collecting weapons and luggage. Quite a number of rifles and pistols were already hanging on the wall behind them on an imposing shelf. Carefully lined up, as if in a shop window. Skorsky turned pale, then red with anger. Davis, too, seemed petrified for a moment, but he had himself under better control than his friend. He placed his rifle and backpack on the table, and his look revealed that he was asking Dominic to do the same. Heart pounding, he followed his silent request, feeling naked again, as he had at the beginning of the Zora mission when they were disarmed by the pirates. Skorsky growled and grumbled to himself, while Dominic watched Pete talk to the fat man who had brought them here. After the weapons were stowed, he led them to a round table where cards were being played. Not hollow sheets like they used to use. They were plastic cards, and on the table were all sorts of trinkets and official coins, made of gold, which thus had some value. The items were formed into small piles in front of the 8 players. Behind the largest sat a man who possessed a broad, clean-shaven face, had neatly trimmed red hair, and was just placing his cards on the table. He did not do it with a triumphant face, but with a look of regret, as if it caused him pain to win and make his opponents poorer. The defeated players left the table in silence. Pete approached the man who was slipping some jewelry rings and necklaces to the girl standing next to and behind him. He laughed while doing so and seemed sympathetic and friendly. Fast Pete whispered something to him, and the man, who was no doubt Roy Bean, tapped the seat of the vacant chair next to him with the flat of his hand. Pete sat down, and Dominic did not have the impression that it was the first time he sat next to the undoubtedly very powerful man. At the beginning, Dominic had not had the impression that Pete knew the judge better than he wanted them to believe. "Who am I dealing with?" the judge asked. They introduced themselves in turn, and then the judge also gave his name, not his real one, of course. So you want to go to the Horseheads, he began, what are your reasons? Dominic did not understand why he was asking this question. It was none of his business. But maybe he liked to chat. Dominic's companions also seemed surprised and unwilling to give information about their motives. Seeking happiness among the stars? Continued Bean. The Holy Grail, the source of immortality? Dominic felt compelled to say something back. I think our reasons are private. Of course, the judge agreed with Dominic. But it's important to me to know what motivates people. What drives them to come here and seek their happiness where they will certainly never find it? Looking around, Davis said sarcastically, I can't find anything here worth fighting for. Skorsky pinched his lips together. Dominic could almost feel himself wanting to contradict his buddy. After all, Skorsky's intention had been to find a nice place, live a modest life, hunt and fish, and wait for death. Undeterred, the judge continued. There's still plenty of opportunity here to make it count. This place doesn't strike me as a place where you can have hope. Even outside, there are hardly any regions that give me hope. For the one who seizes his opportunities, there is always hope. Dominic thought he found himself in a kind of recruitment interview. The judge played with a gold coin lying on the table in front of him. For me, it's important to know what skills people have who come here and offer alternatives. Provided they let me. They want to build something here, Davis concluded. Of course, Bean raised his eyebrows and pointed upward. The sky offers us nothing. Anything we can do here is of concern. Skorsky wrinkled his nose and let out a snort. Saviors, he grunted. You want to save people by offering them jobs? This is just the beginning. I want to expand. We're going to make humanity great again. And for that, you're looking for people who are useful to them. The judge waited to answer. Not only, he said, looking over the heads of his interlocutors as if contemplating a vision. What good is skill if I can't rely on the person? I have to be sure of their loyalty. Then you can forget about us, Dominic replied flippantly. We would be very unreliable. Bean looked at Davis. Where did you get that mouthy kid? He's spoiling your career right now. Davis and Skorsky made no reply, whereupon the judge began to draw his own conclusions. Too bad, Pete relayed to me the impressions he had of you guys. You are a great loss. Davis defied the judge. We are not a loss because we never belonged to them. I see the matter differently, returned the judge. You are depriving me of my dreams while you are asking me to fulfill yours. I see a disproportion in this, and it would only be decent if you compensate me for it. It was all too obvious that the conversation was taking an unpleasant turn. In the meantime, the nearby guests had also pricked up their ears and started to follow the conversation. So you're a thief. The level of anger rising in Bean was very evident in his face, whose placid features momentarily slipped. My dear Pete here, he put a hand on the boy's shoulder, is the best tapper in town. He went to a lot of trouble to sound them out. For that alone he deserves a reward. He has already received them, Dominic thought, but he did not say it aloud. For the diamonds they were carrying, their throats would most certainly be cut. But of course, they would soon become an issue. The judge, who was certainly as crazy as his historical role model, was not yet finished with his remarks. You came here, he continued to explain, into my territory. And I lay claim to the abilities and possessions of those who come here and are protected by me. Pete was their guardian angel, they should know. As long as he was with you, nothing could happen to you. So you owe me something. Davis nodded. Good, I can understand that. I'll give you your compensation. The eyes of all present were directed at the judge and his guests. In the meantime, the music had faded away. The dancers stood motionless on the stage. They covered the bare breasts and the shame as well as they could with their hands, but did not dare to miss a second of what was happening. Davis raised his hands and slowly opened his vest. Carefully, he took out the plastic tube and unscrewed the cap. Carefully, he let the diamonds slide out and drew a glittering line across the dark tabletop. A murmur went through the hall. Two of the dancers jumped off the stage and squeezed through the crowd stark naked to get a better view of the gems. Those should do as compensation, Davis scowled. The judge turned to an old man who had been standing behind him the whole time. Fred. Take a closer look at these things. The man bent over the diamonds, and even as he pulled a case from his pocket, he couldn't help but remark. Can I tell from here that these are top-notch stones? Fred opened the case to pull out an eyeglass and a pair of tweezers. He jammed the magnifying glass into his eye socket, used the tweezers to fish out one of the tiny stones from the small pile, and examined it closely. Not the slightest inclusions, he breathed in awe. White fire. The cut is unique. More than 76 facets. No doubt an Apony work. He put the stone back, pocketed his tool, and wiped a drop of saliva from his short, gray beard. Roy Bean did not look strangely satisfied. He looked at the diamonds and pondered with a serious expression. Some thoughts seemed to be maturing in him and troubling him. Dominic thought he had recognized a reaction earlier that had brought on this pondering. The reaction had been a wince when the graybeard mentioned the Apony. Whoever the Apony were, the mere mention of that name troubled the judge. The change in the judge's mood had not escaped Davis either. Abruptly, he pulled up and lifted the table, causing it to tip and the gems to fall to the floor. In the commotion that ensued, Dominic could just make out some armed men being trampled down, about to put their pistols on him. The judge jumped up and shouted. Calm down. Calm down. It was pointless. The people, who had just been staring fascinated and greedily at the shining diamonds, forgot their restraint and fell upon each other. Even if it was almost hopeless to get hold of one of the tiny stones, they fought and fought. Dominic struggled to wriggle out of the melee and took 2-3 punches that split his lips. A kick in the stomach was added before he had shaken off the raging crowd. He heard Davis shouting. The refuge. He yelled, struggling to his feet as the raging crowd trampled over him. We know where the refuge is. He repeated the words a few more times until silence fell. Davis took advantage of the situation. We were there, he shouted, like a prophet from the Bible Belt churches. At offer. At the Apony. There is the refuge. It is real. He had the attention of everyone present. Even those who were crawling across the floor looking for the gems paused for a moment. We have to work there, he explained further. But we are also well compensated, as you have seen. Roy Bean, who had been pushed up against the wall with his bodyguards, countered. Don't let him tell you fairy tales, he retorted indignantly. The guy's lying. The diamonds speak another language. Someone shouted. Freddie said they're Apony stones. And Freddie knows his stuff. A tall man stood in front of Davis. Keep your diamonds. I'll go with him here and the 2 others. Other voices were raised, expressing similar sentiments. I have nothing to lose, an older man shouted. There's nothing holding me here. The judge put all authority in his words. And if I forbid it? Fuck it. A woman joined the tall man. I'll go with them. Bean laughed and shook his head pitifully. How far do you think you'll get? The horseheads only need you as foot soldiers. They'll burn you out. All of you, if you're stupid enough to go to them. You'll never see sanctuary. Davis glanced at Dominic. Now it's your turn, kid. Dominic knew exactly what he had to do now and quickly reached for the golden button of the Akado prince in his jacket pocket. He held it up and it glittered in the light of the dancing spotlights. The judge was momentarily dismayed. What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to buy something with that? Dominic had trouble finding his voice. This is a promise, he declared aloud. Ulan Mestre gave me the gold piece. It is a button from his uniform and bears his seal, he decided to add a lie. It is for me and all my friends. For a moment there was silence. The supporters of the judge and the rioters stared at each other for quite a while, waiting for the other side to do something. Bean, of course, was the first to say something. From the looks of it, they were well compensated. I bet they have more diamonds. Go get 'em. The request was immediately heeded. A tumult broke out. Weapons, which had been well hidden until then, were drawn. Mainly knives and stabbers. A shot cracked from a projectile pistol. A blinding beam of energy twitched over Dominic's head and went sparking off the wall at the other end of the hall. Someone grabbed Dominic by the collar. It was the big man who had positioned himself in front of Davis. "Come on, boy," he gasped. "Let's get your stuff and get out of here." They fought their way through the melee and reached the counter where the weapons were kept. The man and woman behind the counter had already been beaten down. They continued to work them over with kicks and fists. Meanwhile, rifles and pistols were taken from the shelf. A sheaf of blinding energy slammed into the wall, rendering some of the weapons useless. Dominic, Davis and Skorsky managed to grab their rifles and backpacks and escape into the entrance tunnel. Their newfound bodyguards did everything they could to get their precious charges safely out of the gateway. They were skilled in the use of their weapons. Under a few well-aimed shots, two of the bouncers who had rushed to their boss's aid and rushed toward them went down. The fat man with the greasy hair was also struck down by a charge of energy and slumped lifelessly. Dominic jumped over him and ran out into the open. Outside, everyone was still reasonably calm, although some passers-by had noticed that there was a commotion in the gateway. A few of them began to run for safety. Others pulled out their handguns and got ready to fight. As several volleys whipped out of the club into the open, hitting a number of bystanders, the others returned fire. Chaos broke out. Dominic was pushed from behind and stumbled toward the alley that led to the gates of the tower. By now, a group of about 20 men and women had formed around him and his two companions, crowding protectively around them. The guards at the entrance to the alley, at the end of which was the lighted entrance bulkhead, put on their rifles and opened fire without warning. Next to Dominic, a man crashed to the asphalt of the street, hit. Davis shot one of the guards and his colleague also collapsed with a hit to the chest and stomach. A hail of bullets descended on the fleeing men. An energy core from a plasma slingshot grazed Dominic's shoulder and burned the plastic armor of his jacket. "We need to close the gates," the big man ordered, whereupon some in the group set about pulling the sliding gates from their recesses. The judge's men rushed up but had to take cover when they were pelted with well-aimed volleys. 4 of them fell and remained on the ground. The big man fired incessantly, keeping the pursuers from leaving their cover. Meanwhile, the door wings closed with agonizing slowness. A woman used a small hand welder to join the metal frames of the door together at the joint. For a while longer, projectiles and energy charges slammed into the gate, but gradually it grew quieter. On the other side, the judge's fighters approached. Some pounded the metal with the butts of their rifles, others set about prying open the door with crowbars. They cursed and demanded that the gate be opened again. "Let's get out of here," Davis said, and set off at a leisurely pace, toward the armored bulkhead, while they tried to open the gate on the other side. The group, which had dwindled to 10, followed him silently. "I'm afraid your lie will come to light in the next few minutes," Davis remarked quietly, alluding to the fact that Dominic had since extended the Akado's offer to a larger group of people. "They lied, too," Dominic said. Davis put on an irritated face, as if he didn't know what Dominic was talking about. The conversation with Skorsky, at the Ridge Hotel, was still well remembered by Dominic and allowed only one conclusion. "You never saw the refuge." Davis looked around at the others and lowered his voice to a whisper. "We got the diamonds from someone who was there. I hope he wasn't lying, too." "The diamonds don't lie," Davis returned. "Especially not when they show up in such large numbers." The bulkhead that led inside the tower was a good 4 meters high and made of a shimmering reddish material that didn't look like metal, but rather resembled wood. Dominic tried to find some device with which to make himself known. "Bell out of order, please knock," Skorsky remarked. Anyone who wants to get to the Great Oz should expect trouble at the gate. He stepped closer and examined the surface of the door a little more closely. Meanwhile, the judge's supporters seemed to be making progress in prying open the gate. The metal of the frame creaked and squeaked. "You should hurry," Davis suggested, kicking the bulkhead with his boot. "I've got something there," Skorsky said, feeling over an area of the door at eye level. The next moment, an opening formed that looked like a bulging knothole at the end. A shimmering greenish orb emerged, staring at her like a cloudy eye. Dominic backed away. "What the hell?" "It's understandable," Skorsky said unapologetically. "I'd want to see who was coming to see me, too." He fumbled for the small tube in which he kept the diamonds, poured a pair of them onto his palm, and held the largest one in front of the lens. It was not long before the bulkhead opened. Almost silently, it rose up and revealed the interior of a corridor. It was dark, as in a cave, but gradually a green glow spread, revealing the organic, evolved structure of the walls and floor. On the other side of the alley, the gate gave way. Already the first pursuers were rushing in and 2-3 shots whipped through the night. A bolt of energy whizzed over Davis's head and struck the ceiling of the corridor. Sparks fell and smoke spread. Dominic smelled the odor of burning wood. "This is crazy," he breathed in disbelief, pressing himself against the wall for shelter as more glaring lances of light stabbed into the hallway. Dominic saw the judge's people rushing, but in the next instant, a dazzling light flamed. For a moment, those hits stood still, like gray statues, then crumbled to ashes. The others stopped or retreated. The bulkhead began to close. When it latched, 13 people were inside the tower, enveloped in silence. Only their excited breathing could be heard. Davis and Skorsky, on the other hand, were completely relaxed, while the others looked around uneasily, examining their surroundings with alert eyes. "Secure your guns," Davis ordered. "And put them away. Keep your nerve. We'll handle this." At the other end of the corridor it became brighter. Another door became visible and slowly opened. In the backlight, the silhouettes of a group of avocados stood out. One of them approached. With heavy boots he stomped up and stood in front of Davis. He sniffed around the human and gave a grunt. Then he held out his hand, palm up, stealthily glancing over his shoulder at his fellow avocados. Skorsky placed the large diamond in the avocado's large hand, who then made the glittering stone disappear into a pocket of his uniform. "What do you want?" the alien asked, in a guttural accent, little clouds of breath blowing from his nostrils. "We want to fight alongside you," Davis replied. "Fight?" The avocado spat out the word. "We are fighting. You're just a nuisance." Skorsky ventured a step toward the avocado. "Would like to know how many times humans have saved you from the Skelks." The horse's head jerked in Skorsky's direction. He sniffed at the man. "Been in the field a lot, haven't you?" "Saved your ass more than once," Skorsky replied confidently. "You guys don't have a sensor for the Skelks, after all. If it wasn't for me, none of you horse Skelks would have survived." The avocado eyed Dominic and the other people. Then he put his fists on his hips. "The others there haven't seen a battlefield yet. Looking at me like I'm the Serdan. The Satan. We want to have new experiences," Dominic dared to say, earning the alien's grim look. "I let you in," growled the giant. "I can also throw you out again." "We paid for it," Dominic objected. "And I saved your lives and turned your enemies to ashes. I owe no one anything." Dominic thought he saw a grin on the avocado's face. Again, the creature looked around at his companions, who were still waiting at the end of the corridor. Dominic suspected he was waiting for another bribe. "I've got something," Dominic said, digging out the Ulan Mestre uniform button. "I think you know this sign." The avocado gulped and froze. "Where did you get that from?" "You used an evil spell to beguile the prince." Dominic had to stifle a laugh. The giant creature, who had just a moment ago acted so cocky, became meek. No magic, he wondered to what extent the aliens were still entrenched in superstitious beliefs. The Akado's words surprised him. I saved Ulan Mistre's life. He said that I and my friends were welcome. The Akado did not ask for an apology, but he fished out the diamond and gave it to Dominic. When you see it, he said, mention my name. Skurodai. I have let you in. Dominic couldn't resist patronizing himself. I want to do it when I meet him. He is not here, Skurodai continued. He's fighting in Rustak. But I'll take you and your friends to the commander. He is the prince's nephew. His name is Yukin Mestre. I will announce you. The Akado did not apologize for his rude behavior at the beginning, but he seemed ready to help the people now. He turned and motioned Dominic and his companions to follow him while he spoke something into a handheld communicator. Dominic had lost count of the rooms and corridors they had traversed before finally arriving at a hall filled with countless vehicles and weapons being serviced. The huge room had the same amorphous structures as all the other rooms they had crossed. It felt to Dominic as if he was moving through the inside of a hollow tree stump. The air was cool and felt damp. The ever-present smell of wet wood rose to Dominic's nostrils, conveying the feeling of walking through a forest after a heavy rainstorm had fallen. Light clouds of mist billowed in the upper area of the hangar. It was not uncommon for a microclimate to form in such massive spaces. The Akado and his two companions led the astonished people through the hall and at the other end into one of the elevators that carried them upwards. The acceleration of the elevator was immense and took Dominic's breath away for a moment. Skurodai could be seen to have a mocking comment on his lips. But he apparently preferred to keep his mouth shut and not mock the prince's guests any further. Instead, he shared some information that he thought people should know. The commander speaks some human languages, but yours very little. He formulated a few words, apparently not knowing what to call the language Ulan Mestre preferred. Ha preferido la lingua che suona come una canzone. Skorsky wrinkled his nose. That's what I thought. Davis also seemed strangely touched. The Akados love Italian. Must be becoming an official language in their empire soon. Finally, the elevator opened and once again we went through an endless corridor that led into a large room. At the opposite end stood 4 Akado guards in black uniforms. The trimmings on sleeves, collars and the conspicuous rows of buttons gleamed gold. They held their large rifles sideways by the barrels, with the butts on the ground. Strange, however, was a man, in a dark blue robe, who stood before an oval door, seeming to await the human newcomers. He was short, squat, and had a shaved skull. The skin was pale and looked like light wax. The dark eyes did not match this pallor and seemed like black holes in his pale moon face. Skurodai hurried a little ahead and spoke to the man. The latter only nodded and did not take his eyes off the commander's guests. The Akado stepped aside and the human approached Dominic and his companions. I am the commander's consultant, he opened. Antonio Santini. Ulan Mestre is already waiting for you. He turned and after one of the soldiers flipped a switch on the wall, the door opened. The commander sat in an armchair that had a great resemblance to a wooden throne. It was richly decorated with motifs depicting trees and strange animals. Dominic had once seen similar designs on a Viking ship in a museum. Inlaid gold and blue pottery sparkled inside. The imposing table that dominated the room had a polished top supported by legs that were also covered in lush ornamentation. The large window allowed a view over the planet's surface, its horizon curving in the distance. A blue glow already announced the dawn. The hull of an Akado ship passed some distance away. Another hovered to perform a docking maneuver slightly below their position. Dominic and his companions moved across soft carpets that muffled the sound of their footsteps. They, too, were decorated with elaborate depictions of foreign animals and plants. The commander rose from his seat. Benvenuti, amici del mio amato zio. Chi di voi il pulsante? His deep voice boomed. Dominic even thought he felt vibrations tickling his stomach. He found it extremely bizarre to be greeted with these words by a horse-headed alien. The commander welcomes them as friends of his uncle, the consultant translated, pointing to Dominic. The Akato circled the table and looked at the troop Dominic had brought with him. "You have the button?" the commander asked. His accent was more pronounced than Skuro Dai's. "May I see it?" Dominic obeyed and handed the knob to Mestre, who turned it long and thoughtfully in his fingers. "Che e tipico di mio zio theatrale," he murmured thoughtfully. "Forse dovrei practicare in tali gesti." With that, he handed the knob back to Dominic. Antonio Santini apparently did not consider translating the commander's last words. The Akato had obviously addressed them more to himself than to his visitors. "I speak her language very poorly," the Akato confessed. "She has too many consonants at the end of words for me. They chop up every melody of speech, like a butcher knife. It's like walking and stumbling all the time. Only a few human tongues appeal to me." "I see," Dominic said. Apparently, this Akato was as talkative as his uncle. But at least he seemed to be a friend of the people. At least, people seemed to amuse him. The commander sat on the edge of the table and looked at the group of people who were still restless and did not know what was going to happen to them. "Of course, my uncle's wish is," he stirred the air with his mighty hand, pretending to search for the word, an order. "We'd like to know what that means for us," Dominic asked. The consultant took the floor. "The prince is on a campaign against the Kimon on Dostra, a very extreme planetary system." "Meaning?" "That is to say that joining the force involves an immense amount of work," explained Antonio Santini. "It always does, but in this case the circumstances are considerably greater. We expect that the campaign there could take a while. A whole planetary orbit, perhaps. It will take about 400 days. It was not clear to Dominic what the consultant was getting at. The others also seemed irritated and uncertain. What the commander's advisor was trying to convey seemed like the overture to a tragedy. "We're prepared for anything," Dominic interjected, and Davis put a hand on his shoulder. Yukin Mestre laughed with a snort and turned to Santini. "Un ragazzo vivace. Cil mio comandante." Santini remained serious and turned his attention to Dominic and his companions. "Which of you has military training?" half reported. Santini and Mestre exchanged meaningful glances. "We can send the inexperienced to other posts," Santini explained, making the prospect of sanctuary a distant memory. "We are ready to work hard," said a young woman hurriedly, who also understood that this could mean her death sentence. "We want to stay together," Dominic affirmed. "We've been through a lot together. It would be bad to split up the squad." This argument worked for Mestre. "All right, but we won't be too considerate. Each of you will have to run before you can walk." Santini had the floor again. "The world Dostra has an orbit that takes it very far and very close to the central star. A cycle of glaciation and combustion. There are only 2 short phases in which it is possible to exist there without protective measures. Right now it is freezing cold there, but summer is near. Making protective suits for human needs should be a challenge." From the words of the consultant, Dominic concluded that the Akato prince was there without human scouts. This fact could strengthen their position in case of various disagreements and negotiations. "You'll get everything you need," the commander said. "I just hope you don't inconvenience him. Or send you back to me. To me, you'd be nothing but ballast, too." Chapter 17. The Akatos wasted no time and took the humans to a ship called the Kata, which was designed to carry Earthlings as well. It had the cruise section of a Terran cruiser incorporated into its structure. The angular vessel looked like an ingrown foreign object, but it seemed large enough to accommodate an entire regiment. Dominic estimated that it was designed to hold close to 500 people. It was unoccupied. The Akato who welcomed them aboard had trouble moving through the narrow corridors and was certainly glad to leave the confining environment after assigning the people their quarters. Each cell held 3 men and was as cramped as Dominic was used to on the Zora and other ships. But now it didn't matter if people shared quarters or occupied them alone as Dominic did. He just would have liked to know how many people were in the Akato's service and decided to ask Davis, who shared the quarters next to him with Skorsky. I was in a troop of 1,000 men and women at first, the old soldier replied. But I know of larger contingents. My brigade numbered just under 3,000, Skorsky proudly announced. We were then merged with his battalion as our losses mounted. How many do you estimate there are? Continued Dominic. Davis scratched his chin. 1,000,000? 2? 3? I don't know. At that moment, Dominic felt dizzy. For a moment he had to lean against the wall to keep from falling over. He felt sick. Congratulations on your deflowering, Skorsky joked. Davis laughed. You'll get used to it pretty quick. Dominic regained his stability and shook himself. Damn, he hissed. I would have loved to have witnessed that on the bridge. You still have dreams, Skorsky waved off. How long will we be on the road? Davis flipped back the gray bedspread of his cot, took off his boots and lay down on it. Each passage takes about a day. No matter how close the destination. There are no short hops. It would take you just as long to hop from Earth to the Moon, stepping into the river. But to cross the galaxy, it takes a ship about a week. The river? Repeated Dominic thoughtfully. Soren, added Skorsky. A word the Aponi use for it. Knock yourself out, Davis spoke the words like an order. The Akato won't take long and they'll be dragging us soon. They'll drill the newbies in a few hours what it takes days to learn. Some will break. Just a few hours later, people were taken out of their quarters to be redressed, measured and fitted with their combat uniforms. The lightweight uniforms were comfortable and resembled skin-tight leotards, with reinforced areas protecting parts of the body. The fabric felt like a leathery sheet and didn't allow you to sweat underneath. The boots had thick, rough soles and were tight against the lower legs. Quite different were the heavy body armors, some of which were made of wood, others of metal. They were heavy to carry, although their owners' movements were assisted by hydraulics. For all but Skorsky and Davis, it was a new experience. To avoid attracting attention, they acted dumber than necessary, but Dominic noticed that they knew exactly how to move in order to accomplish reasonably sensible maneuvers. Most had just learned to stumble laboriously straight ahead, when heavy training weapons were placed in their clumsy, armored fingers, and they had to stand their ground against virtual Keymans that seemed immensely realistic. Even the force with which the non-existent bodies thundered against the future fighters knocked quite a few off their feet and whirled them across the floor of the training room. After that, the people were allowed a few hours of rest again, in which they could lick their wounds and doctor their wounds, before the procedure was repeated. In total, they were on board for almost 50 hours before the ship left the river and headed for Dostra. The Kata entered the atmosphere and flew over icy oceans that shone in the morning sun like enormous mirrors. Dominic stood with the others in an airlock, dressed in lighter armor of reddish wood. The knapsack, with the marching pack and the few personal belongings he had left, and the large rifle, weighed down on his shoulders. The crystal visor of his helmet at least allowed a good view. He could see out through the narrow viewing slit in the bulkhead of the airlock and see that they were approaching a mountain range. A squat, monstrous dome structure protruded from the cluster of peaks. A massive bunker, designed to withstand the planet's extreme climates. On one flank, the Akatos had ground the ridge to create an extensive landing area on it, where several ships were already parked. The Kata squeezed between the densely stacked hulls and touched down hard. The bulkhead flipped upward and an icy wind swept into the lock chamber. Walls and floor instantly froze, and as the Akato captain shooed people outside, Dominic almost slipped. The battlesuit's heater had to muster all its energy to counter the cold. And yet Dominic began to freeze. He gasped as he struggled to keep up with the Akato, who was hurrying ahead of the people to get inside the tower. The storm drove snowflakes ahead, threatening to simply blow Dominic and the others off the landing pad, into one of the icy ravines. But the rugged tread of the boots dug deep into the ice, allowing Dominic to make reasonably safe progress. He tried not to pay attention to the wind, which roared like an angry predator. Tried not to think about what it would be like to fight on this world, suppressing the fear of the possibility of dying on this barren lump of ice.